The hour of 6:30 having come and gone now, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, September 6, 2022, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Evers? Here. Figueroa Cole? Here. Foster?
Here.
Furman? Present. Halverson? Present. Harrington McKinney? Heck? Here. Miadze? Paulson?
Here.
Fair?
Here.
Tischler?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Vitiver? Present. Wahelia is excused. Abbas? Benford?
Present.
Bennett? Here. Carter? Conklin is excused. Curry? Here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, welcome to the meeting. We have a number more people in the room with us. Thanks everybody for being here. I'll just remind us all, please, whether you're on the council or staffing or here to make public comment, to please be respectful of each other, assume good intent, embody kindness when you can, and please refrain from using any profanities in this room. We will start with a presentation. So item 1 is Legistar 73366. And I will turn to our fantastic poet laureate, Angie Trudell Vasquez, to introduce our poet. Angie, thank you for being here with us virtually. And
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. I am so pleased to introduce Madeline Bond as our first Youth Poet Laureate. Madeline is a poet, illustrator, and lover of language. She writes about social justice, environmentalism, and the little wonders in life. She has placed in several writing contests, including the Madison Public Library We Read Youth Voices competition. Madeline is Madison's first Youth Poet Laureate, and she will be reading her poem, Tea Kettle. And Madeline, it is your turn.
All right. Standing at the marble slab of counter, her outstretched fingertips reach from fridge to faucet. Everything around her basks in sunlight, faded shades of peach. She collects the aged, well-loved kettle, passed through hand after hand, gifted as greetings and goodbyes, fills with water, lets it settle on the rusty little stovetop, heat turned to high. As the whistling begins, reminiscent of train journeys, dissipating wisps of memories, the tea mistress grins, mind galloping backwards in time through decennies. Dashing through sunlit fields of lavender, laughing for countless hours. Friends and family gather for weddings, funerals, baby showers. She pulls 2 chipped cups from their teetering stack, carefully fills them, a sugar lump each, one in her hands, the other set opposite with a gentle clack, waiting for a ghost sitting just out of reach.
Thank you, Madeline. I hope you heard the applause and see the virtual applause that you're receiving. And thank you, Angie, for bringing us poetry in this space. We appreciate you. We'll move then to honoring resolutions. Item 2 is Legistar 73111, commending and thanking Barbara Carlin for her dedicated service to Lakeview Public Library and the residents of Madison. Alder Miadze, I'll turn to you for this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas Barbara has devoted 50 years to Lakeview Library through the Friends Library, Lakeview Library, and whereas Barbara led the Friends organization for many years on her own until she was joined by fellow board members. And whereas the Friends have raised thousands of dollars for programs and services which much of the money raised through sales of donated books. And whereas Barbara assisted with the funding drive for expansion of Lakeview Library. And whereas Barbara helped organize efforts for a combined group of friends of all Madison Public Libraries. And whereas Barbara also served in the Madison Public Library Board, helping to guide and support libraries services through Madison. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor, Common Council, commend and thank Barbara Carlin for her dedicated service to Lakeview Library and the residents of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Miadze. Is there a second? And seconded by President Furman. And I believe we have Barbara Carlin with us. Would you like to come and say a few words? Yep.
I realize the council hasn't met for a while and you don't want to be here till the sun comes up. But I want to say I appreciate Charles's and Anita Weir, former representative, leading this initiative and the opportunity to again raise up the importance and the image of Madison Public Library to everything that goes on in this city. It's just amazing for me to look back 52 years before internet and Zoom and all of that, but to regard the services that are now provided under the roof of libraries, you know, voter registration, income tax assistance, background check forms, and just on and on and on. You walk in there every day and help is being provided of many kinds. And the city, in recent years especially, the commitment to have a new penny, to finally start exploring Rindle Park, getting a library. Lakeview's a few years past expansion, but it is, I sense it is more of a priority in the city's overall budget in the last 10 years or so than I recall before. And I thank you all and encourage you to keep fighting the good fight. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll note we have a couple of folks registered in support of this. Are there any questions or further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic pro-library vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote. And thanks again, Barb, for all of your hard work for the North Side and for Lakeview in particular.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is item 3, Legistar 73287, proclaiming September 2022 to be National Recovery Month. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclaiming September 2022 to be National Recovery Month. Whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect all communities nationwide, and whereas 26% of Americans 18 and older suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder in a given year, and whereas there are approximately 20 million individuals in the United States with a substance use disorder, and whereas many people suffer more than one mental disorder at a time, in particular, depressive illnesses tend to occur with substance use disorders and anxiety disorders. And whereas more than half of people with mental illness don't receive help for their disorders, often avoiding or delaying treatment due to concerns about being treated differently or fears of losing their jobs and livelihood. And whereas untreated drug and alcohol addiction contributes to tens of thousands of deaths every year and impacts the lives of many more. Yet many with substance use disorders do not seek help due to the stigma that surrounds people with addiction. And whereas admitting one has a mental health disorder and/or a substance use disorder is often the first step in recovery, it is imperative we work together to remove the stigma that burdens our family members, friends, neighbors, and loved ones who struggle with mental illness and addiction. And whereas in the first half of 2022, Dane County Emergency Medical Services responded to 649 suspected overdoses and 1,365 calls for behavior and mental health emergencies. And whereas through National Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental and substance use disorders, which can lead more people into needed treatment. And whereas there is no shame in asking for help. And whereas the Recovery Month observance continues to work to improve the lives of those affected by mental health and substance use disorders by raising awareness and educating communities about the effective services that are available. And whereas the focus of National Recovery Month this September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison proclaims September 2022 as National Recovery Month and calls upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that support this year's observance, the 33rd anniversary of Recovery Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Evers and seconded by President Furman. And I believe we have Annette Sarnecki with us on the Zoom to receive this. Annette, did you wish to turn your camera on and say a few words? Or just say a few words?
Yes, my camera is not turning on for some reason. I'll try again. The host has stopped it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah, I would like to say a few words. First of all, thank you to TAG for, again, helping me to get this started. My name is Annette Sarnecki. I'm a family member who's been affected by substance use disorder and mental health disorders. I've lost 3 family members, one of whom lived and died in Madison, Sarah Caldwell. It gives me hope that I have many amazing friends in recovery. Recovery happens. That's an important message. And yet it often does not happen because of the stigma around mental health and substance use disorders. These disorders are so common that everyone here probably knows someone who is affected. Maybe they don't tell you about it because of the stigma, but you know them. They're your neighbors, your friends, and your family. In passing this resolution, you are doing a small part to break that stigma. So tell your friends and your constituents about Recovery Month. Make it safe to talk about. Ask people you know to imagine what it would be like if mental health and substance use disorders were treated the same as other chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, AIDS, illnesses that often need continuing care. As TAG mentioned, in the first 6 months of this year, Dane County averaged more than 3 911 suspected overdose calls each day. 3 each day. So please talk about it, end the silence, end the stigma. Recovery happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions or discussion? Seeing none, on item 3, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor, and thank you again, Annette, for being with us. That takes us to item 4, which is Legistar 73461, recognizing September 15th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Who would like to make the motion on this? Alder Figueroa Cole, would you like to make the motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to approve. And as we don't have anyone here to receive this, we won't read the resolution today. But is there any discussion? Seeing, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to especially recognize and at this moment, the employees of the City of Madison, we have 176 Latinx people that work for the City of Madison that every day make sure that we have, they are invested on serving us in an equitable and inclusive way. So that is about a 4% of the city staff as of today. So my experience as a council, as an elder person has been a extremely positive one, and I had to greatly I like to actually share that one of the main reasons for that is the efforts and the professionalism of city staff that city staff has provided me. So I couldn't just pass the opportunity to again thank the entire city staff, but especially the 176 Latinx people that represent us of the city today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. That brings us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals for items on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll go on to the presentation of the consent agenda. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No, I'll wait. I just don't want permission to add something.
All right, well, let's present the consent agenda, then we'll come back to you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Thank you. President Furman, the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion/debate purposes. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Agenda item 77, legislative file 72588, accepting a Project Safe Neighborhoods Grant Award, 15 votes required. Agenda item 80, legislative file 72855, U.S. DOJ Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, 15 votes required. Agenda item 81, legislative file 72856, accepting funds from the Wisconsin Department of Administration Law Enforcement Agency's Safe Communities, 15 votes required. Agenda item 82, legislative file 72857, amending capital budget for the Olbrich Botanic Gardens expansion project, 15 votes required. Agenda item 83, legislative file number 72870, comprehensive fare collection solution for Metro Transit, 15 votes required. Agenda item 85, legislative file 72887, amending the 2022 engineering major streets and engineering bicycle and pedestrian capital budgets, 15 votes required. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Agenda item 93, legislative file 72817, glass-free zone for the State Street area, October 28th, 2022 to October 30th, 2022. Recommended action is to adopt the substitute. Agenda items with recommendations made from the floor. Legislative file 72900, authorizing the issuance of $72,355,000 of general obligation promissory notes, Series 2022A of the City of Madison, Wisconsin, providing the details therefore, establishing interest rates thereon, and levying taxes therefore. The Finance Committee recommended action is to adopt. Legislative file number 72901, authorizing the issuance of $20,160,000 of taxable general obligation promissory notes, Series 2022B of the City of Madison, Wisconsin, providing the details therefore, establishing interest rates thereon, and levying taxes therefore. Finance Committee recommended action is to adopt. Legislative file 72902, resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $22,035,000 of general obligation corporate purpose bonds, Series 2022C, by the City of Madison, Wisconsin, for refunding water utility reserve bonds, providing the details thereof, establishing interest rates thereon, and levying taxes therefore. Finance Committee recommended action is to adopt. Re-referral items with no public comment unless allowed by the majority vote of the Common Council. Agenda item 9, legislative file 7149, repealing MGO section 28.105 for the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. The recommended action is a re-referral to the Planning Commission on November 21st, the Equal Opportunities Commission on November 10th, Housing Strategy Committee on November 10th, and the Common Council on December 6th. Items excluded by 1, request of alders, or 2, due to speakers registered by 6:45 p.m. on September 6th. Agenda item 81, legislative file 72856, accepting funds from the Wisconsin Department of Administration Law Enforcement Agency's Safer Communities, and that's been excluded by Alder Keith Furman. Agenda item 26, legislative file 72655, zoning related to Area 13 of the Town of Madison, final attachment. A speaker is registered. Agenda item 28, legislative file 72876, zoning related to 4000 to 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th District. Speakers registered. Agenda item 89, legislative file 72365, approving the preliminary plat of the Ramish Farm development on the property addressed as 4000 to 4150 Packers Avenue and 4201 North Sherman Avenue, 18th Aldermanic District. Speakers registered. Agenda item 92, legislative file 72773, a certified map for 4649 Verona Road, the 10th Aldermanic District. Speakers registered. And agenda item 103, legislative file 72997, substitute establishing the task force on farmland preservation. Speakers registered.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional items that alders would like to remove from the consent agenda? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not being removed, is this the time that I could
Oh, I'm sorry, Alder Harrington McKinney, you need to keep your mic on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear it. Is this the time that I can cite a correction or add sponsorship to?
Absolutely, if you'd like to be added as a sponsor on something.
Okay, thank you. I'd like a correction to item number 39, 73221. It lists District 1, but that actually is not District 1.
All right, so is the Alder correct? Is that District 9? Does anybody know?
Mayor, that is District 9.
Okay, so we'll note then, as part of the consent agenda, a correction to item 39 that is in Aldermanic District 9, not Aldermanic District 1.
Thank you. And then also I have several one that I would like to be added as sponsor.
Go ahead, Alder.
The first one is item number 119, and that would be 73466. The next one would be item number 120. That would be 73468. The next one is 121. 73470. 125. 73480. 126, 73481. The final one is 127, 73482. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. The clerk will add you as a sponsor on all of those items. Alder Tischler.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I would like to be recorded as voting no on agenda item 90, Legistar file 72367.
We'll record you as voting no on that item. Are there any other exclusions, sponsorships, et cetera? Alder Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just vote no on item 46 and 56.
We'll record the Alder as voting no on items, 46 and
46, 56.
Got that? All right, the clerk will record you that way. Any additional requests for exclusion? All right, seeing none, let's go over that just in case. So there's a number of extra majority items, including 77, 80, 81, 82, 83, and 85. We have additional recommendations on 93. Recommendation is to adopt the substitute. We have a number of recommendations from the floor, mostly from the most recent Finance Committee meeting, so the 3 debt sales. Just to note that those 3 are also 15 vote items, so they'll be recorded as such. We have re-referral of item 9 to a number of commissions and committees, and our exclusions are 26, 28, 81, 89, 92, and 103. Anything additional? Seeing none, a motion? Oh, sorry.
Move adoption of consent agenda.
Thank you. Moved and seconded on the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote, and I will ask, we have with us an interpreter on item number 7. Julio Garcia, are you still on the Zoom with us, and are you able to unmute?
I am.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Would you just explain to the applicant on number 7 that item was approved by the council tonight with no questions?
Teodora, se aprobó lo que se llama la agenda aprobada por consentimiento. Entonces se aprobaron un número de items que ya han sido aprobados. Entonces no hay ninguna pregunta para usted. Entonces su licencia ha sido aprobada.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your service.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we are on to public comment. And we will start with item 26, which is creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to assign zoning to properties in an area generally east of Nob Hill Road and Badger Lane on both sides of Moreland Road in the 14th Aldermanic District. And this is regarding the Town of Madison final attachment. And we have one registrant wishing to speak, Nicholas Durr of District 13. Is Nicholas with us? Please.
Right here?
Yep.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nick. Thank you for all of you who are here to listen to my concerns regarding the rezoning of Area 13 and specifically 2301 Badger Lane, 321, 325, 329, and 343 Coyer Lane. It is in my opinion that the rezoning and downgrade from the current zoning of heavy commercial to suburban employment will limit the growth and future expansion of these properties. Current zoning allows for the minimum of a 10-foot setback at the rear yard. The new zoning will require a 30-foot setback at the rear yard. This limitation will greatly reduce the redevelopment and value of these existing commercial properties. I feel the city should reconsider their zoning identification. Thank you.
Thank you. This is our only registrant on this item. Are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none, thank you. We take all public comment at the top, and so we'll get to the item after the rest of our public comment. Our next public comment is on agenda item 28, which is creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning at 4,000 through 4150 Packers Ave and 4201 North Sherman Ave. Our first registrant is Michelle Ellinger Lindley of District 18, to be followed by Joel Oliver, to be followed by Anita Weir. Michelle, are you with us?
Yep, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening. So here we are again. I'm here representing the Ramish Farm Work Group. At the time that the work group was created, I still had a child at Lakeview Elementary School, which is right next to the farm. I was very plugged in by way of PTA, Green Team, School Forest. And a year after the second incarnation, a year ago, after the second incarnation of the plan was put on file, we convened at Lakeview and with the same organizations that are now supporters of our alternate plan. This was not about improving a terrible plan. It was about creating a vision for how to use the land. And we thought, the council thought, it wasn't going to be a good place for housing. For over 15 years, this land has been discussed even before the F-35s. And one thing has remained consistent, a need for urban farming opportunities. Someone needs to speak for those who are often left out of these conversations, and we've aimed to do that. That is why our outreach began to include organizations serving communities of color who are also plugged into urban agriculture. We need to think about people who are the fabric of the North Side. These are the people who make this community what it is. There are great needs for community and economic development for them. We are not adequately supporting the well-being of the people who are already living here. So what are the things that make people feel as though they are safe and belong in their community? A sense of belonging doesn't come from more housing. It comes from a sense of purpose, dignity, and community. What we have in front of us is an option to support and strengthen that type of community, one that is largely self-sustaining. We would rather be part of a solution that limits the amount of people living in harm's way, mitigation measures or not, TID funding or not. What is economic development if it's not benefiting those who live here? Lakeview Forest can be protected with groundswell. They've already got some of that school forest. It would not be limited to 3.5 acres. The kids can watch the crops grow and they can be there with their families. Farming is normalized. Where your food comes from is normalized. Understanding ways to be self-sustaining. And as one farmer told me, when I pass away, there will be no one to teach them. I think about it each time I walk or drive past the farm. We have to continue to fight for a North Side that benefits the people who live here first and foremost. Because once this rezoning is approved, it is forever. 63 acres is an enormous parcel in comparison to the rest of the North Side. So I'm asking you alders tonight, please take this seriously. Remember the residents of the North Side matter too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joel Oliver from St. Louis, representing Green Street Development, to be followed by Anita Weir, to be followed by Marcia Cannon.
Should I do my presentation now, or is that later?
Now.
That Heather has.
Do you have slides? Yep. So Nikki has the slides for you.
Yeah, they're in PDF, is that?
Yep, that's great. The PowerPoint's really big.
I need the host to enable me to share.
Oh dear. Give us a minute on the technical components, please.
You should be able to share.
Try now.
Is that you?
Where's
That's it. Yep. And you can go to the next slide. I'll wait to start till you tell me to, though. Good.
Yep, good.
Hi. I'm thrilled to be able to be here in person. This is great. Virtual is one way, but in person is a lot more personal, so I appreciate it. We're thrilled to be in front of you guys to present this plan that very closely matches the neighborhood plan that the city and its wisdom put into place. We've been a patient partner with the city as we get to this point while things are figured out. We're thrilled to have a lot of documented support, 3 unanimous recommendations from the Planning Commission, a letter of support from Lakeview School
having worked with several elders and then having a letter of support from the Northside Development Council. We are advocates for green building in everything we do. We're thrilled that our first Wisconsin project in Sheboygan just got National Green Building Standard certification. This was annexed in from Burke for the purpose of economic development. This is a minimum of $150 million investment in this area. The new plan that's in front of you tonight preserves 10.5 acres of agricultural land, which would make it the largest community garden in the city. And we sent you all a letter commitment that we put together on Friday, working with staff and alders around our commitment to sound attenuation based on what was done at Bimbo. If you could go to the next slide, please. What we're proposing to do here will be a huge economic engine for the North Side in general. We'll bring neighborhood amenities to current residents, create job opportunities, additional living options, and accessible outdoor space, which is not accessible right now because it's currently private property owned by the Ramish family. We're proposing a mix of housing opportunities, be those single family, townhomes, and multifamily, and a range of housing options, whether those be market rate or workforce, even though they're all the same product type. If you go to the next slide. The plan that we have developed over the last year and a half has changed significantly. We believe it is the best version of the plan that we currently have. Working closely with the Ramish Farm Working Group over that period and other stakeholders, we went to denser, smaller lots to create more housing, preserving 7.5 acres of commercial opportunities. This current plan, Green Street eliminated 21 single-family homes to preserve the outdoor ag space. So the assertion that that's not a big give is incorrect. That's a significant give that we made, and we're still donating the land to the school. We're voluntarily keeping the restrictive covenants on the plat around sound attenuation and committing to do the additional steps. We are, as it's been noted, it's been suggested to work with the city for a TID potentially to benefit more on the north side. We are having those conversations. If you go to the last slide. You guys have seen this picture before. The only two changes this time is along Sherman, preserving the ag land, and then the note on the right and the red about doing the sound attenuation memo. So we're thrilled to be here. Glad to be partners with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Anita Weir of District 18, to be followed by Marcia Cannon, to be followed by James Mark Leas.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Well, the North Side has long been a place where families could find a single-family home, as Alders Miadzi and Abbas have experienced. But much of that housing has deteriorated. We need the 76 new single-family homes that Green Street Development Group plans to provide. For those who cannot afford or do not prefer those homes, we also need the new townhouses and apartments they are proposing. I want you to picture with me a walk to school from one of these homes. The children would set out from their homes to nearby Lakeview Elementary School. They would walk past an 8-acre agricultural plot set aside for the community by the developer. Then they walk through or around the Lakeview School forest, for which the developer donated 3.5 acres. To the north is the Whitetail Ridge community, which Green Street is trying to match in housing sizes and community amenities such as parks. A 5-acre commercial site along Parkers Avenue could provide a place for residents to work. Green Street has promised to use noise-resistant construction because of the nearby airport and its military jets. This developer has cooperated extensively with the community and its request, often to be met by new demands. If Green Street is rejected, we could end up with a very bad developer who ignores the neighborhoods. So I ask for your vote to support this.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marcia Cannon of District 18, to be followed by James Mark Leas, to be followed by Wayne Johnson.
Okay, am I unmuted?
You are.
Good. Thank you for giving me time to speak with you. My name is Marcia Cannon. I live half a mile from the 65 decibel line on the map that the developer has used as a guide to his project. If you haven't lived near F-16 fighter jet takeoffs, I'm here to tell you it is loud. I'm against housing at Ramish because of noise from F-35s due to arrive next spring at our airport. In Burlington, Vermont, residents now live with F-35s. They've told me and they've told you about the mental and physical impacts from F-35s. One physician said it is organ shaking. So the safest and best use for Ramish Farm is agriculture. Well, at least the corn hasn't complained yet. Leave Ramish Farm zoned agriculture. It makes so much sense, especially with citywide support for urban farming. We're not talking about little gardens. Ramish has room for family-sized plots to feed a large family and market-size acreage to grow vegetables for sale or flowers, whatever. Some commercial ag processing and storage would bring jobs to the north side. That's included in the vision that I support. The plan before you from Green Street has been here 3 times. It might sound lovely and romantic, but the reality has not changed. In February, the city attorney told you that per Wisconsin statutes, you have responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. You heard from Emily Krause of 1933 Pond Street. Her backyard butts up to the Ramish Farm, well west of the 65 decibel line. She told you how her 2 young children cry in pain when they're outdoors and F-16s roar overhead. Well, you don't have to worry anymore about that family's health and safety. They sold their house and moved to Waunakee 3 months ago. In February, you realized that it is not okay to sign off on rezoning that you know will have harmful consequences for future residents. So you did the right thing and put it on file without prejudice. Tonight, you must decide the most reasonable use for Ramish Farm, with or without promises of who knows what, insulation or a TID or whatever. Will you approve zoning that allows 1,300 living units in harm's way? Or will the farm remain a farm? We've spent 2.5 years on a plan that has worn out its welcome. So please step off the zoning merry-go-round. Vote no on items 28 and 89, and let's get to work on a Ramish Farm ag plan that fits our north side needs. No farm, no food, no future. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Mark Leas from South Burlington, Vermont, to be followed by Wayne Johnson, to be followed by Shelley Johnson.
Good evening. I'd like to speak about this housing and the F-35. There is no mitigation that works for the F-35. Its low frequency noise penetrates through everything. One of the previous speakers mentioned children walking to school. Well, no mitigation protects children when they're outdoors, when they're playing outdoors or walking to school. The F-35 noise is at a level where the military itself, where the US Air Force said that it damages the hearing and impairs the learning of children. This is stroke and heart disease on steroids, according to the AARP. This is a noise at a level where the Air Force itself, in its environmental impact statement here in Vermont, said that the noise at 114 decibels of military aircraft can cause hearing damage if you're repeatedly exposed. It's going to be hundreds of these flights a month in a densely populated area. If the military was following its own regulations, and they are not. They would not be positioning training flights with the F-35 in populated areas. It violates distinction. And anybody who's been in the military knows that. This is illegal, and it's not being enforced by the military, by the federal government, or by the state government. So they've left it to you, the Common Council at Madison, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. It's your job to do that. You're the only ones who will do it. I hope you will vote against rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Wayne Johnson of District 18, to be followed by Shelley Johnson, to be followed by Valise Adams. We have Wayne.
We have someone named Shelley.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, alders, tonight. I don't know how many times I've spoke on behalf of this same topic, but I think others have listened to the same thing. And I think it's about moral justice here on behalf of people that are not living on the 63 acres. So I'm speaking on behalf of them as an ally for people with modest means, and the fact that we know there's something different in Madison. There's F-35s that'll be coming to Madison. We don't understand the impact. We can draw lines all we want to where we believe the 65 decibel impact will be. But that's just it. Those are just drawn lines on a piece of paper. We don't know the impact, but we could impact several people's lives on the decision that you have to make tonight. And I believe this land should stay as agricultural land because there's no impact to agricultural land with loud noise that destructs people's lives and impacts them. And so as this comes up for vote several times before, we voted it down because I think some people, some alders, morally voted to the fact that they represent their citizens of Madison and they don't want those citizens impacted. Yeah, they're, talked about how they worked with the community. There was never a listening session here at Warner Park like there was when the development of Wheeler Road was going to take place with Dennis Tiziani, and he held listening sessions at Warner Park because he's part of the community and he wanted to hear from the community. And he didn't develop the land, and he gave a lot of land back to the city as marshland. So I highly would think that the Common Council tonight vote no on behalf of the fact that they don't know the impact of the environmental impact study. They need to wait for that and make their own judgment when they are here to know not only the impact to the north side, but the impact it's going to make to the whole city of Madison. People from Vermont dialed in, not just because they wanted to call in and make their comment known. They felt they had a right to do so, to protect the people of Madison and the people on the north side so that no more people are impacted than what could be impacted already today. So I highly recommend that you vote with your conscience and you help to save the north side from impacting others as a result of the F-35s coming here. I thank you for your time tonight, and I thank you for you to listen to my comments and my concerns to help protect the citizens of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you also have Shelley Johnson from District 18 there?
Yes.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Okay. I'm so tired and frustrated with this process of trying to develop the Ramish farm. This process has been going on for a year and a half. It's been voted down repeatedly, but it keeps coming back to the Common Council. Let me remind you why it was voted down. We don't know the effects of the F-35s coming to Madison. You're putting people's health and lives in jeopardy if you allow this to pass. People from Vermont, where the F-35s have told us how detrimental it affects our neighborhoods and people's health. They have experienced it themselves, and they're trying to prevent this from happening again. These houses are a trap for those who live there. For anyone who purchases a home on their property, you're putting them at a financial risk of purchasing something which will never get its value back. They will be stuck living in an unsafe environment. There's no way to soundproof a house completely to protect people. Even if there was, you would be a prisoner in your own house because you certainly wouldn't be able to go outside and enjoy being in your yard with the sounds of the plane. When I look at the sound lines drawn on the maps showing the decibel levels, I find it very difficult to believe that just because you step outside the green line in a neighbor's next door yard, you will no longer be affected by the noise. It doesn't suddenly cut off. It will carry on with the wind and the environment, and it'll keep going on. The approved building at the Bimbo site should not be a precedent for more building in these affected areas. The people who live there are going to be experiencing the same things, and I feel that these voices are not heard. The noise is not affecting the upper class of Madison. It's the lower classes that will feel the impact, and they are the ones who are already overlooked. Their voices are not heard. I'm here to speak up and let my voice be heard and let you know that this is not a good idea and definitely should be put on the back burner until the planes arrive and we see the effects. I live on Pond Street. It's in my backyard, and I'm very concerned about the effects on me, my family, and my property. Don't make more people suffer from this. Lastly, there should not be a multifamily living units in this development. This will lead to rentals and people who don't care for the property and let things go. People should be able to feel proud of their neighborhoods, and when things get run down, it brings the whole community and values down. This will further lead to more safety concerns. There are enough multifamily homes on the whole north side of Madison. We don't need any more. Keep all the homes single families if you have to develop this. What are these houses going to look like in this development? I haven't seen any plans for what it'll look like. Who's going to build them? Would it all be the same builder? Will there be a few spec home designs to choose from? I don't think anything should pass without more information on these important items. If you're looking to build, there are 3 cornfields up on Hepker Road for sale. There's plenty of area. Develop there. I'm sure there'll be less resistance from the public. There are too many unanswered questions to have this pass. Please vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Valise Adams of District 18, to be followed by Zach Wood, to be followed by Brandy Grayson.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I am in support of this item. I feel like this development could benefit me and my family substantially. I currently live in affordable low-income housing, but pay market rate rent. Because of my employment and wage, I could be putting that money towards an asset like this one, but that's not feasible for personal reasons and also because of the high competition that is in the market. And like the presenter stated, I think this is a new development that's a great economic move for the North Side. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Zach Wood of District 18, to be followed by Brandy Grayson, to be followed by Yumwag Yang.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? Members of the council, Mayor, thank you so much for your service. I know how difficult this job can be, and I appreciate how hard you all work to serve our community and keep us moving forward. As a resident of the 18th District, I drive past this site on my way to and from work every day, ride my bike past it every time I go out on a ride, walk my dog past it frequently. And since moving in 2020, every time I've looked at it, it's just stuck out as such a wasted opportunity for our North Side. I think back to some of my time in this council and a phrase that got thrown around a lot, highest and best use. I certainly can't claim to know exactly what that is, but I know it's not a cornfield. It is absolutely not a cornfield, not there, not between Sherman and Packers Avenue. I think back to an earlier speaker who talked about the need to think about current North Side homeowners, which I'm so fortunate to be. And I couldn't hear that without thinking about the so many who would love to be North Side homeowners. You know, my wife and I were fortunate enough to be able to buy our home on Northland in early 2020, beat out a dozen plus offers. I've looked at what the homes on either side of me have gone for recently. Homes down my street have sold for recently. It would not be in our price range. The speaker before, I think, alluded to that as well, that the North Side has been a place where you could, as former Alder Weir said, was a place where working families could find a home. And it is quickly becoming something far from that. And that leads me to my kind of greater point and why I support this project so much. We have a housing crisis in this city. at every level, at every market level, in every corner of the city. We need more housing. I don't know where this idea came from that we have enough market level rentals, that somehow destroys the neighborhood. We need more of all of it. Frankly, I wish this proposal were denser. I am excited to see some of the accommodations made. I appreciate the effort put forth by the developer to that end. But I think from an economic perspective, from a housing justice perspective, this is a fantastic opportunity for Madison's North Side. It's something I'm excited about, my family's excited about, some of the neighbors I've spoken with are excited about it. It's a great opportunity to welcome more neighbors to the North Side, and that maybe excites me more than anything. That's something we desperately need. It will continue to make the North Side the vibrant place that it has been, and I hope that you'll approve both the rezoning tonight as well as the plat in item 89. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brandy Grayson of District 14, to be followed by Yimwag Yang, to be followed by Terry Bell.
We do not have a Brandy in the attendees list.
All right. Then Yimwag Yang of District 6, representing Groundswell Conservancy, to be followed by Terry Bell, to be followed by Allison Lindsay Morris. Do we have Yimwag Yang?
Yep, you should be unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, all right. Hi, my name is Yimo Yang, and I am the Community Director with Groundswell Conservancy. I will answer questions at the end, if there is any. In front of you is a map of, a site analysis map that Groundswell did, which reflects the plat that was, the plat layout that was submitted by Green Street. The amount of ag land that Green Street proposed on their plat is not workable for us. With the plat laid out, we would need all the land inside of the light blue outline, which is 35 acres. Let me just explain the map. The width of all the roads is 25 feet. The yellow adjacent to the streets are 4-foot buffer areas. And there are two reasons for the buffer areas. One, to keep kids and families away from the streets for their safety. And two, to protect kids and families from eating contaminated vegetables from chemical runoffs. The areas in orange are highly erodible land. The wetland has a 75-foot buffer area, and we've designated a school area. It is common practice to have a 50 to 100 feet buffer area around any wetland. And in 2017, Groundswell bought land to add to Lakeview Elementary School forest, outlined in green. We help manage the school forest. The safest and easiest path for the kids from the school to the wetland is north through the field as designated on the map. The area southeast of the wetland is currently not farmed. As you can see in the map, there are trees there. It's likely that the area is too steep to farm. If it's not suitable for a corn farmer, it's definitely not suitable for a vegetable producer. After moving all the areas stated earlier, the total tillable area comes to roughly 20 acres. Now I want you to look at the southwest corner of the map with the wetland. Based on our site analysis, after removing the wetland with the buffer area, the school area, and the hilly terrain, there is only 4.4 acres of land left for urban farming. On the map, please note that we are not showing the 40-foot buffer area along North Sherman Avenue to keep the map as clean as possible. But with the buffer area, it's closer to 4 acres of farmland. We have 2 community farms that are 10 acres and 14 acres. There are 5 people on our wait list with a need of 25 plus acres of land. Again, the plat submitted by Green Street is not workable for us because there's not enough farmland. And for the safety of kids and families, there are buffer areas and a path to the wetland. It is ideal to have a minimum of 20 tillable areas for our third farm. We would own and manage the farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Terry Bell from Monona, representing Cothey Real Estate Partners, to be followed by Allison Lindsay Morris, to be followed by Michael Zenz. Do we have Terry?
Yep. Am I unmuted?
You are. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm excited to be here again to discuss this excellent project. My name is Terry Bell. I've been a residential and a commercial real estate broker in the city of Madison for over 17 years, and I've been working with the owner, Bruce Ramish, on this site for over 3. Green Street has done a wonderful job following the city of Madison's guidelines that were recommended through the 2018 comp plan and the 2009 neighborhood plan. They've gone above and beyond to work with the neighborhood and the associated groups on this plat. They've made recommended revisions again to this preliminary site plan, most recently reducing from 97 to 76 residential lots, and increased the size of the urban ag piece to 10.2 acres. They've provided a variety of housing options and removed 14 home lots from the plan originally to accommodate the forest preserve. This also has a significant commercial component on the east side of the parcel that will bring many amenities to this area. I've listened to many other meetings and have heard the working group's concerns, with their main focus on the F-35s. While I understand their concern, the developer has gone beyond any legislation in place that would restrict development in the F-35 impact area. In late 2021, the Environmental Justice Work Group studied the noise issue and ultimately chose not to pursue formal policy on existing residential or future development in this area at this time, but did recommend that sound mitigation techniques for future residential uses within the 65 decibel area sorry, I think something happened. But anyway, I'm sorry. After approval of the Bimbo site, which is wholly within the 65 decibel area, this developer is offering to add the note for greater noise attenuation standards on their plat, even though residential is outside the 65 decibel line. The F-35s are an issue to our entire community. Restricting development here would also lead to a standard of restricting development or future or existing home sales, for that matter, anywhere where you could potentially hear the F-35s. Where would that stop? Do we put deed restrictions on all parcels within that area? There have also been recent discussions on farmland preservations for this parcel. This parcel is surrounded by existing development on 3 sides, has longstanding land use recommendations for development, and is situated well for utilities. Farmland preservation for this parcel would be a disservice to the immediate community that will benefit greatly from the amenities this mixed-use development would provide. No final plats have been submitted, which will, in the future, give the city additional opportunities to weigh in. Plan Commission found that the standards had been met for preliminary plat, as well as the zoning map amendment, and recommended for council approval in July of 2021, February, and again in August of 2022. Green Street Development has been a developer for over 15 years. They have the resources to deliver a stellar project at affordable prices to the missing middle. Please vote in favor of this exciting project.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Lindsay Morris of District 18, to be followed by Michael Zenz, to be followed by Dan Ward.
Good evening, and thank you for this time to speak about items 28 and 89 on this evening's agenda. This is the 3rd time this governing body has heard what is essentially the same proposal from the same developer for the same piece of land on the north side of Madison. The current plan has not changed significantly since it was originally proposed by a local developer in 2020. That developer thought better of the project, so then Green Street, an out-of-town developer with an unproven record, certainly in Madison and to a great extent in Wisconsin, then stepped in to bring this proposal to the Common Council for now the 3rd time. The city's Plan Commission has approved the zoning and platting proposals 3 times because, in essence, they are obligated to do so when proposals appear to meet the city's standards. The Common Council, you, our alders and neighbors, have the opportunity as well as the responsibility to listen to the concerns of your constituents. My biggest concern for this development is the proximity to noise from the incoming F-35s at Truax in 2023. Folks from neighborhoods in Vermont, where these jets are now stationed, say the noise is atrocious, it is disruptive, and it is harmful to one's health. Noise doesn't just stop at an imaginary 65 decibel line that's drawn around the airport, but the noise nearest to the airport will be significant. The developer promises to include sound mitigation in buildings on this site, but I wonder how that's going to happen when they subcontract lots to other developers, because this developer builds apartments, not houses. With 2023 just 4 months away, why do we need to make a decision on this development now? I've heard people claim that housing in this development is both affordable and necessary to meet city needs identified by the city. However, the housing in this development will not be affordable, given that lot prices will be about $100,000 and putting a house on that lot will be about $300,000. Apartments will be market rate, which is hardly qualifies as affordable today. And with the city's approval of dozens of developments for hundreds of residences in the last 2 to 3 years, and there are 60 more items on 64 more 160 more residences on this agenda, including several developments on the north side, it would seem that there's actually no urgency to digging up this particular parcel of pristine farmland. We've heard that Green Street and the Northside Planning Council believe this development might help with the establishment of a Northside TIF, but we are only made aware of this possibility at a neighborhood meeting in August, and the Common Council has made no commitment to such a proposal. It surely should be investigated before approval is given to this proposal, rather than as a hook to get approval of the project. There's also been comparison to the Gardner Bimbo development on East Wash, but that's an abandoned
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Michael Zenz from District 12, to be followed by Dan Ward.
Hi, everybody. So I live in Eakin Park, which used to be affordable. So when I bought my house in 2017, it was still affordable. It was sort of like the North Side is now. Now it's not. $200,000 houses are $300,000. Back in 2017, now they're $300,000. So we're in a crisis, as was said earlier. We need more housing of all types. We need more single-family houses. People desperately want to live in them. We need more apartments. This is a perfect site for that, right? So as was said in the Plan Commission meeting last week, this is, everything is set to go. It's part of the plan. The utilities are, ready to roll, essentially. So, this is a perfect place to develop and build more housing. This development is a huge compromise, right? I mean, it has a huge amount of ag land that, even though they don't even have a organization willing to take it yet, right? Because the organization that was lined up wants more. But this would be one of the largest, I think the largest urban agriculture properties in the city. There is also no housing that's being promoted, at least right now, in the 65 decibel area, right? So when people say they're worried about the F-35s, they're essentially talking about an area that much of the east side is in. I live in it. And it's loud. It's gonna be loud. I've heard the F-35s, they've been around. It's gonna be unpleasant a few times a day, but you don't see people selling their homes, right? The houses in this area continue to be very expensive. And so, I tend to look at behavior when I'm thinking about what we should actually be worried about. Are people actually concerned about the F-35s? I don't think so. I don't think that is something that is preventing people from seeking housing in this area. One thing I also think about is, what if, this property had been developed back the first time, this was before the city government, I believe in 2020, maybe even earlier. There'd be houses there right now, right? There may be apartments, right? So every single time that there's a delay, like we just had, right? This could have been approved in winter, but now it's autumn. That means that there's fewer homes ready to be developed and fewer homes that people can move into. And so think about it. If there were homes there now, people could move into them. There'd be just more homes available. So I think this is a slam dunk. I listen to Plan Commission, and I don't understand the
That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan Ward from Monona, representing Joel Oliver Green Street Development, to be followed by Mary Williams, to be followed by Kiyomi Archer. Yes, Alder.
Just as a point of information, for people so they don't have to hurt their backs, I think our mics are really good, so you don't have to bend down for the mic, so you can stand straight up.
Thank you, Alder.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Dan Ward. I'm a commercial real estate broker with CBRE here in Madison. And I've had the pleasure of representing Joel and Green Street for the last about 3.5 years. I brought this property to them. And I wanted to say a few words just to set the record straight, because I've attended every one of these meetings, and there seems to just be like almost no accountability on what people say and whether it's true or not. And so I've been in commercial real estate for almost 20 years. I worked on projects cumulatively in the billions of dollars. And I can tell you affirmatively that I have never met a developer who has been so willing to work with the community, what the local alders have said, what the mayor has asked for. Green Street, this is about a 60-acre project. They have decided to give up 10.5 acres to an urban farming program. They gave up 3.5 acres to the Lakeview School. That is 25% of their available developable land. They've gone from 100 single-family homes to, I think now the number is about 79. In every one of these decisions that Joel and Green Street have been willing to make a concession on, has an economic factor that I don't think is getting enough credit. In my opinion, the city of Madison is going to be really hard-pressed to find another developer who is willing to do as much as Joel has been willing to do with trying to appease the neighborhood, city council, the mayor. And so I just want that to be, known. The second issue that I think needs to be recognized is when a developer goes out and looks for a piece of land, he needs to find something that's in the land use plan. This 60 acres is sited on 3 sides by current development. The cost to the city of Madison to extend urban services to this piece of property is going to be 0. That should be important to you, because there's projects out on Mineral Point Road where people want to extend urban service in thousands of linear feet at cost, the astronomical costs. So from a fiscal perspective, I hope you would give that some consideration. And the last thing I want to say is, I didn't follow every one of your political careers, but I would venture to guess that almost every one of you folks ran on a motion of trying to address the real problem of the housing shortage in this city. The fact that this project is going to deliver 79 single-family homes, not to mention the multifamily apartments, I think is worth consideration.
That's
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Mary Williams from Sun Prairie, to be followed by Kiyomi Archer.
We do not have a Mary online.
We have a Mary in person.
I am here. Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Williams, and I live in Sun Prairie, but my daughter lives in the area that you're speaking about. And right now, she is seeking affordable housing. As you see, she has 3 children right there, but she really has 4. And housing is not affordable for her. She could care less about a farm when she doesn't have any place to live, because housing is so expensive. And I'm advocating for affordable housing. If you want to build a farm, build one on your property, Don't take that prime land. We need housing. We need housing in Madison, Sun Prairie, everywhere, and that's what I would like to say. I'm advocating for my grandchildren. I own my own property, so I don't need any. But what about us? What about them? That's what I'm advocating for. You want to do green light, whatever, you can do that, but I think housing is most important to me and my family and the many people that lives where she lives, It's like 2,000. She has the number. She can tell you she's looking for housing right now, and it's expensive. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kiyomi Archer of District 18.
Hi, I'm Keone Archer. I'm live in Madison. I was born on the north side of Madison. I lived on the east side of Madison my whole entire life. There's no place to live. I give you a project. When you leave here, just type in a 3-bedroom on the north side of Madison or the east side of Madison. Everything that you see is $2,000, $2,200. The American dream is for you to take care of your kids and for you to buy a house. There's nowhere to live, honestly. Like, how can you save money and the rent is $2,000? Like, everybody wants to live in a good neighborhood. That's the objective. Nobody wants to live in crime neighborhoods. You know, that's the dream, to live in a house with your kids and just work, you know. And I spend all my time working and providing for my kids. And we just want to live somewhere nice, you know. It's comfortable. And there's no, I don't care about a farm. I can go travel a farm. I mean, I understand to preserve the land, but when you drive down East Washington, you see them tearing up buildings and building high rises and condos, and then you try to go find a place and everything is $2,200, $2,600, $2,000. Who can afford that? So just think about the people that work in the city and whose kids are here, and you know, that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. That is our registrants who wish to speak tonight. We do have a number that were registered as available to answer questions, which are available to the council. Are there questions for our registrants on item 28? And actually, before we go to questions, let me remind the alders that I think are still with us on Zoom to please keep your cameras on. We can't count you to quorum if you don't have your camera on, and we're right at the edge for a moment there. So appreciate it if you'd let us know that you're there. All right, questions for registrants on item 28. Start with Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions for Joel Oliver to start, please. Joel, you've just heard several residents talk about the need for affordable housing in a community responding to the housing crisis. Yet it's my understanding that what you're proposing would be market rate. You're not looking to go the tax credits route. You're looking to use existing current interest rates to be able to do what's called workforce housing. But that's still going to be priced way out of the grasp of most people in this city. Why aren't you going the affordable housing routes explicitly and taking advantage of tax credits so that we could get affordable to the 50 and 60% of the AMI or even less?
Sure, that's a great question. So I spent about 6 years in the low-income housing tax credit world. The first half of that was at U.S. Bank's Community Development Corporation as the equity partner for LIHTC projects, and then another 3 years developing LIHTC projects in 6 different states. Green Street formed a platform about 3.5 years ago where we actually worked with Baker Tilly, initially here from Madison, on, people love talking about workforce housing. It's a fun thing to talk about at conferences, but people weren't really doing it new product at scale. You would have nonprofit developers buy an old apartment building, kind of rehab it and keep the rents a little bit lower. Our founder's history was really industrial originally, and he was huge industrial job creation projects and disinvested areas. And he said, this is great that I'm creating these jobs for people, but I'm not really creating living wage opportunities for new school teachers, first responders. So that's 3.5 years ago, we started this workforce housing platform. So we've done 2 projects completed now that are 9 buildings, almost about 400 units in this workforce program that does not use tax credits. Part of the problem with the tax credit platform is there's very little certainty of execution. In Wisconsin, you're subject to WIDA's application process like every state is. So when you have a 65-acre site, for instance, not having certainty of execution makes it very hard to put a program together. And we made the strategic decision that wasn't the road for us. Generally, in most markets, the workforce rents are about 10% less expensive than the market rate rents, but they're identical units. So those are not designated units. They're 2 units next to each other, could flip-flop year after year.
Follow-up, if I may, Mayor. You would agree then that 10% of market rate will not be affordable, generally speaking. Is that correct?
We use the term attainable housing, and that's usually what we would target towards a first responder or a teacher early in their career, which is different than affordable. You know, housing's a continuum. At one end, you have Section 8 housing that's fully supported by HUD for people at the most need. You have luxury housing at this end. You know, people have a lot of choices. You know, there's a lot of great tax credit developers in Madison that do a fantastic job. What we're trying to do is have something that's not the most expensive thing on the market so that it's more attainable to that.
And I appreciate that, but your concern about the 9% tax credits being competitive and difficult to obtain, certainly you know the 4% tax credits are more available, and that we have an affordable housing fund that our mayor continues to put more money in her 2023 executive budget, which was just announced today, would provide $60 million over the next 6 years. Again, my trouble in supporting your project is you're not taking this important opportunity to provide truly affordable housing, which is really what we've heard is so needed in our community right now.
I respect that. I think my only counter to that would be the part in a linear process that we're in with a preliminary replat and a rezoning really doesn't have anything to do with the affordability of a project. There are opportunities that the city has if the city wants to approach us via development agreement and ask for something different at some point in the process, that may be appropriate. It's not really for a rezoning process to say, is this a Section 8 project or a luxury housing project? I don't know that.
That's correct, but it's interesting to me that you haven't put it forth in your proposal, given the critical need. But thank you very much.
Absolutely, that was a great question. Thank you.
Before you leave, we have a number of alders in the queue. Let's see if there are other questions for you. Alder
Okay.
Harrington McKinney, is it for Mr. Oliver?
I would like to call the person from CBR, but I guess that it's best for you to answer that. My question surrounds the fact that I heard that Green Street has made no concessions. It's the same project that was originally presented. Could you summarize what adjustments? I was going to ask that of CBR, but I might as well ask you because yeah.
Are we able to pull up that slide that shows, because that lists all of them out, or is that possible?
I think he's got it here. Give her a minute.
So if you rewind the clock, you know, Dan has represented us as our broker originally on a different piece of ground in Madison that didn't work out. And I saw this and I asked him about it. At that point, there was another developer who had worked up to the plan commission with their plan, and that plan was denied. The plan commission did not approve that. I think that was in maybe April of last year, I believe. So that was like right when we first got involved. And so we went to a lot of community meetings and heard a lot of feedback. So this is in the public. This exists for people everywhere to see. So we heard that people wanted smaller single-family lots, more in keeping with the surrounding neighborhoods, so we shrunk the lots, which would result in smaller homes, obviously. The original plan had a very small buffer along Lakeview to try to protect the roots of the trees in their outdoor classroom. We're donating 3.5 acres to them to not only protect those trees, but to make their outdoor space larger. We eliminated 21 homes in that kind of red box to create the agricultural area. We self-imposed the plat note saying that nobody, us or anybody that would own this, could develop residential if they wanted to inside the 65 decibel line along Packers. We changed that zoning to make it so it would be commercial, so there wouldn't be any residential in that area. The original plan had townhouses along Sherman, and the neighborhood was very concerned with the traffic implications of that. We redid that. We moved all of those townhouses to the middle of the site in the northern central section. They said they wanted more green space. I made a park in the middle that we'll own and maintain because the Parks Department didn't want to have that. I believe that's the list. And then the memo that we sent out committing to the sound attenuation, which people don't realize what a huge give that is to do that. You know, we say that Bimbo is a precedent for what was approved there, and it is. And we believe we held ourselves to a very high standard here, which will be expensive.
Thank you very much. And my final question is that I heard that there was no public input. So could you speak to that question?
Absolutely. Initially, Alder Abbas was our alder, and then when the redistricting happened, now Alder Miadzi is our alder. We've been very careful at every point to follow the very laid out programmatic path that Madison has for neighborhood meetings, which everybody should be happy. Not all municipalities have that. Most municipalities I work in, I don't have to have a neighborhood feedback meeting. I think it's great that you guys have that process that has something that can be followed. We've held those every time we've done this process. We initially worked very closely with the Ramish Farm Working Group in a very collaborative way. They made requests, can you do those things we just went through? And we made those concessions. The honest truth is we got to a point where their stance is what you've heard tonight. We don't want anything to happen here. We don't want more traffic. We want this big grassy field. At that point, we're following the engagement that we need to do, but that's not a negotiation of like, can you make these changes? It's just like, we don't want anything. So we followed that. We're responsive. Whenever anybody reaches out to us, we always respond and have those neighborhood meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, is it for Mr. Oliver? Bennett? Yeah. Yes. All right, Alder Bennett, go ahead.
I noticed that you were just mentioning, you set aside 10.5 acres for agriculture. I'm wondering if there's any point in time, is there anything legally holding you to that, or is that just a promise? Is there any point in time that you might introduce a redevelopment of that?
The new agricultural land along Sherman?
Like the 10.5 acres that you mentioned in your PowerPoint?
So our intention would be not to redevelop that as something else. I suppose if somebody wanted to, they would have to go through the entire process with the Plan Commission and with the council to try to rezone that agricultural land to something else. That is not our intention.
It's not legally binding.
To stay agricultural land?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is what it's zoned, so somebody would have to go through the process to change it. That is not our intention. Our intention is to find a good partner to make that an asset for the neighborhood. That's our plan.
Sure. And I was wondering, some people may consider the term workforce housing to be an insulting term just because what does that really entail? It kind of insinuates that those that are receiving an acceptable income are worthy of such housing, even though there's people on the lower income level that need housing at 30%
Sure.
AMI would be considered workforce housing. So what are you considering workforce housing? Does that just mean market rate housing?
That's a great question. So this becomes a complicated sticky wicket because when we first put this into place, we were working when we work with a bank to invest in a project through either their debt or their equity or however they do that. Workforce housing is something that's important to them because banks invest in low-income housing tax credit projects because they get certain benefits. So it's largely through the Community Reinvestment Act. You're able to use the same model in workforce housing as they do in LIHTC as having a bank be able to invest in your project. So we actually worked with two very specialized attorneys out of Omaha who specialize in bank law. So this workforce housing notion is kind of a defined term. I'm actually not very creative, so I wouldn't have come up with that. The benchmark for that, kind of the technical, is 80% of the area median income. Low-income housing is usually benchmarked at 60%. Section 8 vouchers are usually at 30%. So that's kind of how that benchmarking works.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great question.
Alder Fair?
Sure, I have questions for Ms. Yang, but as long as we have Joel. Just real quick, do you own the property currently, or is it contingent on approvals? Or
we just have it. We have it under contract with Bruce Ramish. Still.
Under contract.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver, is it for Mr. Oliver? No. Okay. Alder Paulson? Yes. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I had a question about your soundproofing memo. And I'm not an architect or a construction person, but if you had crossed out soundproofing and had written in like high performance, residential, high efficiency, looking at those things, I would have probably believed it. And your name is Green Street Capital, and I see in a couple of your web pages, the title at least, it talks about lead development. So I'm just curious if you could walk us through what's different from this from a soundproof perspective versus what you would do if you were here telling us about the amazing energy efficiency of your project.
Sure. I'm also not an architect, so I'll disclaimer that. So this standard that we hold ourselves to from the green side is NGBS, which is the National Green Building Standard on multifamily projects because we believe it fits better. LEED is challenging. We do use LEED on commercial projects. We still have the highest LEED certified industrial building in the state of Missouri. It's the Sheet Metal Workers Hall. So it's very close to our founder, hence the Green Street name. So that is a prescribed program. NGBS has hundreds and hundreds of lines you go through, and that's very programmatic how you do that. So I've been working with our architectural team and construction teams to go through the soundproofing piece. This is a very well-proven science. It's, we're not reinventing the wheel in how this is actually done. So my understanding from them, were normally in this application, the normal things you would do would be the things that I noted in there. So you use different kinds of windows. I think I've listed 2 different methodologies for how to address windows and patio doors. The way that you insulate the exterior walls and the roof is just done in a more deliberate fashion to have less gaps. So that is my understanding. The conversations with the planning department have been to come up with something that is programmatic in the building permit process for them to be able to understand the exact measures so that there's a benchmark there that they know how to follow. And we would have a sound engineer as part of that process.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so then Alder Carter, is it for Mr. Oliver?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I can go ahead and ask Mr. Oliver a question. I also wanted to talk later on with Ms. Yang, but Joe, can you tell me when you decided to invest in these 65, 69 acres, and you were looking at Madison as a whole, were you looking at the development as the missing middle, or were you looking at the development in some other manner?
So when we originally came to Madison 4 years ago, the impetus for coming to this market was actually in St. Louis. We have very close relationships with our 2 largest universities there, Washington University and St. Louis University. And we work very collaboratively with them on redevelopment projects. When we originally came here, it was actually because of the university was what kind of attracted us to that. And we enjoyed our development activities in the state as a whole. So programmatically, workforce housing is designed to be part of all of our projects. So I wouldn't say that the property that we're talking about was explicitly because of that, because it's intended to be a part of as many of our projects as it can be.
And my last question to you is, are all of your projects has that variety developed single family houses, townhouses, and multifamily housing?
No, there's one in St. Louis right now that is a mix of that townhouse style and multifamily. Somebody made the comment earlier that we weren't going to develop or build all of the homes. They also threw out the price of those homes. None of that is ever information I've shared with anybody on any of those points because we haven't said any of those things. As an asset class, we do not necessarily, or we don't develop single family homes otherwise because we really haven't had the opportunity to. So we've spoken at length with 2 developers about co-developing those together. But that still means that I'm responsible for doing it. That's not me selling off lots to home builders to build them one-off. So The construction company that we would likely use on this project does have expertise in all of those asset classes, so there would be continuity in the construction across the entire site, is the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford, is it questions for Mr. Oliver?
It is, Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Oliver, I had a couple questions, if I may. First, has anyone from Green Street gone out to Vermont to measure possible noise?
We have not gone to Vermont to do that. We have had extensive conversations with two different engineering firms that specialize in airport-related noise, and have reviewed the fact pattern between the two. That is a very fraternal organization, so they were not willing to issue a report to that end. It becomes a lot of tit for tat, so I don't bring it up, but I will answer since you asked. Unfortunately, the fact set comparing Burlington to the Ramish farm is about apples and potatoes as you could get. The person who calls in every time lives at the end of the runway, which is the absolute noisiest part you could be, versus Ramish, which is 85 feet higher in elevation and to the side of the runway. So no, we have not gone there, but we have engaged two firms who have looked at it. And we're obviously confident because we're looking at investing hundreds of millions of dollars in the project.
To that, if I may, and I appreciate the analogy of apples and potatoes because it sounds like there's uncertainties. And even if we were to possibly compare some of the detriments when the jets do come, you had said that you're investing millions of dollars, and you mentioned earlier that it was going to be pretty expensive once again for any noise attenuation. Has there been any thought process rather than invest to try to secure certainty? Has there been thought process just to wait till the jets get here and then take accurate measurements so you would better know how much money you might have to sink into noise attenuation?
From our standpoint, no. We put faith in the sound study that the government produced, and based on the input from our sound engineers, we feel confident in those items, and we believe that we can construct and design them in such a way to have it to be a good experience. Thank
you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I think that is all the questions for you, Mr. Oliver. Thank you.
I'm here if there's more.
All right. So then we're going to go back to Alder Fair. You were next.
Thank you. So yeah, my question is for Ms. Yang.
Do we have Ms. Yang still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Alder.
Great, thanks. So I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around your plans for this property. Let's just say that this weren't to pass tonight and the property would remain as is. What are your plans going forward?
Like I said earlier, we're looking at a minimum of 20 acres tillable land. We have been in conversation with different nonprofits around the different usage on the farm. And so aside from that, we have to know how the vote will go tonight in order to move on to the next step.
So, but we could do a little thought exercise. So if it didn't pass tonight and the property remained with, I think it's an LLC or whatever, whoever owns it, how would you finance a plan to buy that, I assume, very expensive piece of property?
Groundsville has 40 years of experience purchasing and protecting land. And so, again, depending on what happens tonight, I would have to consult with my team because I do not do the acquisition.
So I guess I'm sorry for my just not knowing this, but do you own other pieces of property at this size around the area, around the region?
We own two community farms. One is 10 acre It's in Wanakee, and we own another 35 acre property, but 14 tillable, 14 acres tillable in the city of Fitchburg.
Okay. But so an arrangement like this, some sort of arrangement, I assume, I'm going to assume, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, where you are partnered with a developer who could help share those costs and then have a sizable piece of land to farm, tillable piece of land to farm would be an ideal situation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So it wasn't much of it was kind of, I guess I'm just making an assumption, and I'm asking if you would agree or not agree, that a situation where you're partnering with a developer who might be doing some other use with the land to help you with the cost is an ideal situation. Then you have another piece of the land to farm.
I do not have an answer for you. I would have to get back to you on that question.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Alder Fair. Alder Carter, you had questions for Ms. Yang as well?
I did, but Alder Fair touched on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. So then, Alder Paulson, do you have questions for Ms. Yang?
No, I have a different.
Okay. Alder Miadze for Ms. Yang?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alder Miadze.
Yes, Yang, when we met, you talked about contingency. You said that you reached out to to Ramish, and he said that you wanted to purchase a land, and you wanted to do it with contingency so that you'd be able to test the land to see if it was feasible. And I guess he said no, and I guess Joel, you reached back out to him, and he said that yes, he will. I'm just wondering, how were you able to determine that this land was not feasible, that you needed more acreage in the plot?
Our former executive director, Jim Welsh, spoke with Bruce Ramish earlier this year, and he reached out to Bruce Ramish a couple weeks ago, and we are still waiting to hear back. In terms of the contingency that you mentioned, back when Jim spoke with Mr. Ramish earlier this year, Mr. Ramish wanted a certain amount and no contingency if we were to buy the land from him. As a land trust, we never buy any land without first making sure that it's appraised, there's clear title, and we do a hazard assessment among other due diligence that any buyer would do. And so those are the contingencies that he did not want us, he did not want on the table.
So basically, you cannot purchase this land through Bill Ramish without contingency. But I guess my next question is, the plot of lands that you guys own, how many people do you have that are African American that have a plot of land on your two plots?
Our 14-acre farm in the city of Fitchburg, we lease all of it to Neighborhood Food Solutions, and they work with Latinx and the Black community, youth, and recently released from incarceration adults. They do programming on that farm. On our other farm, Westport Farm in Wanakee, we lease the land out to around 10 farmers and 12 Hmong elders who are on what we call the therapy garden.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Next, Alder Vitever.
My question is for Terry Bell, and I think that this point has largely been made by other questions, but is Ms. Bell available?
Yep.
Great. So aside from Green Street and the developer that we heard about previously, who had originally made a proposal for this plot, my question was, have other entities come forward to make viable offers for this land?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Bell? No? All right. And then Alder Paulson, you're next.
Yes, my question's for Marcia Cannon.
Do you have Marcia Cannon here?
Or if Marcia is not online, someone from the Ramish Farms Working Group.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to, Marcia, thanks for testifying tonight and for your emails. I wanted to talk about the land use map that your group is proposing. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit. I guess I've got kind of two questions, but maybe they're one and the same questions. And it's mostly around sort of the big chunk that you've got marked as agriculture. And I've just been a little bit unclear in all of this about sort of the relationship between the working group, the developer, Groundswell, and then on your map there are a number of groups. Groundswell is in there, but Rooted, Urban Triage. I'm just trying to understand sort of in your proposal, or in the working group's proposal, sort of who are the other players in that and where are we at? This is not the map, by the way, that it's a different one. This is why I'm confused, because there are a couple of maps floating around with different ideas, and I don't know kind of who's interested in what, and I get just a little lost in all the maps here. So maybe Marcia, to try and turn this into a real question, could you explain your map that the Ramish Farms Working Group has been sending to us, and explain some of the partners that are involved in it?
Okay. You're looking at the map that has, starts at the top, NMX 5 acres.
Yes.
Neighborhood mixed use. Okay. That's a conceptual map. That's not a final plat map by any means. But it represents a possibility that's grown over the past, let's see, that would be since about the time Marty Rifkin submitted his plan back in 2020. And just so you understand the level of commitment by the neighborhood to this piece of property, there were two proposals on the table back in 2020. And it was very confusing because everybody wanted to put 500 apartments on these little pieces, well, on 30 acres. And then Marty Rifkin had a plan that was very much like what Joel was talking about. Regardless, there were some issues about where it's a school district and all those things. And there was the first event that happened was a land use forum that was held, sponsored by the Northside Planning Council, by the way, to talk about the two proposals that were on the table. And it became clear that there were lots of opinions. There were some NIMBYs that showed up, we like to see the sunrise, blah, blah, blah. But it was also clear that there were some big concerns. One was the school forest, and there were the F-35s, and I'm trying to think the other one, school forest. Anyway, a group of neighbors all got together and we started talking about this. What should happen at this land? What's the best use? At the same time, we started thinking about F-35s. And a lot of people like to say, oh, well, that's inevitable. They're coming here. It probably is inevitable. But we were thinking, is it really good policy for the city to authorize more housing in a place where there's going to be really loud noise? Nobody's really experienced this. I'd like to talk to the guy that heard F-35s and when and where, because I sure didn't hear them. The F-16s are already a problem. Regardless, as we started talking about these options, we started reaching out. For example, when Joel came to visit our neighborhood in May of 2021, we took him over to Troy Gardens, and he talked to Olivia Williams, the executive director of the Madison Community Land Trust, and she showed us the housing they have there and the CSA gardens and the community gardens, and that was a pretty exciting option. Having talked with Olivia, then we started thinking about Rooted. Rooted has, I believe they own the land at Troy Gardens. They're involved a lot with urban gardening, urban food production. On the school side, Lakeview Elementary School, it's the only school in the city that has outdoor education built into their curriculum. They have outdoor classrooms, I think 7 of them, located around the outside of their building within the forest. This is unique. Okay, that says we need to save the school forest. And to their credit, Green Street they understand that. Groundswell Conservancy was involved in adding to that school forest a while back. And I think they're eager to help out with adding more land to it, as is the City of Madison Parks Division. There have been conversations among people in our group and the City Parks Division. Rooted, Urban Triage, Races para el Cambio, Commonwealth, Wisconsin Food Systems are all relatively new to this concept. However, the map that you see, it's not really a map, it's a conceptual design of what could take place at the Ramish farm. Keep in mind, once you disturb agricultural land and move it off so you can smooth out the roads and the lots, you're never going to get that back. And our country is losing farmland left and right. So we tried to put together something that would make sense to give the idea of what would be possible on the Ramish farm. People growing their own food, having a place to grow it in their neighborhood, being able to not have to drive 20 minutes or cobble together 5 20 by 20 community garden plots all over the city to be able to feed their family. This is a unique opportunity. The part that I think is most exciting is the industrial general area on the southeast side, which is closest to the airport where the most noise is. I think Green Street's plan envisions some commercial there, maybe a dog park with a bar or something, or stop and rob, I don't know. But the idea there was food storage or food preparation. You take things out of the ground, you have to clean them up and package them one way or another if you're going to sell them somewhere. So that facility would be complementary to growing food. And just remember, this land is very hilly. It's a glacial formation, a drumlin, no doubt. And once the bulldozers get there, there's no going back. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, did you have questions?
Oh, I don't have a question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, questions?
Yeah, I just had a question for Joel Oliver. One more question. Just wanted to know how his interactions with Groundswell was. If you could just elaborate on that.
Yeah, I can answer in generalities. Generally when we're discussing these, people try to be careful on kind of the negotiating part. My master's is in urban planning, and my master's thesis, interestingly enough, was in barriers to the reintegration of urban agriculture. So, I get this topic a lot. You know, last year when we were in this process, I believe it was this body actually, one of the takeaways was we want you to work with Groundswell and see if there's a solution here. And we did that in very good faith. We still have a letter of intent that we've issued to Groundswell for the land that's on that map. That was the first I had seen of the survey that was shown tonight. I don't agree with that. You know, we've spent money with our civil engineers showing what the civil engineers who know and have been working on this site for a long time could do, and I don't think that's a correct assertion. The unfortunate reality is we were asked to interact with Groundswell. We started that in good faith. And then as you were told, they, behind our back, while we had the property under contract, reached out to Bruce Ramish and asked if they could buy it. And he said, well, no, you can't buy it. It's under contract with Green Street. So we've been working in good faith. We'd love to continue to keep working in good faith. You know, in our last interaction with them, the map that was shown with them taking 50% of the site, our answer was, that plan is not in keeping with the comprehensive plan or the neighborhood plan. We don't believe the planning department would support that because it does not give the street connectivity, but we'll ask. They said, okay, if you'll ask, that would be great. We asked the planning department, is this something that you believe the planning department would be able to support? And they categorically said no. We couldn't support this. It doesn't match the neighborhood plan, the comprehensive plan. And this was annexed in for economic development, which just wouldn't stimulate. We told Groundswell that, and they said that they weren't really concerned about that. So we're happy to work with them. We think that would be great if we could get to a point on the part that's set aside. Does that answer your question?
Yes. I guess, too, I guess it's probably a better question for them because I guess it does answer my question.
Thank you.
That'll be it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other Paulson, additional questions?
Yeah, I have one more question for Joel, since he was here. Sorry, you're not, almost. But.
I'm quick. I'm glad I didn't blow my knee out.
I was wondering if you could talk about the current farming that's happening on the land right now. Who's actually farming that? And then, and it's only if you know, I know you don't only have it under contract and aren't actually the owner. And then, if you know this as well, from looking at Google Street Maps, it's been a while since I've been up CV. Looking across the street, it looks like there's also cornfields there. Is it the same?
Across Packers? Like going towards the airport?
The side by the airport.
So my understanding is that Bruce Ramish has a very short-term lease in place with the group that is currently farming the Ramish farm site. And they know that that'll be terminated whenever that happens. I do know that Bruce has talked to other users other than us if this were to fail. There's a lot of really unfortunate things he can do by right. He could have a 65-acre hog farm. He's talked to a hog farmer. He's talked to people about installing 65 acres of solar panels. There's a lot he can do in that agricultural zoning that we're trying to help him understand there's a better plan that's more accretive to the city. My understanding on the parcel between us and the airport that I think is what you're referencing, I believe the airport owns that land.
Yep, they own it, but
I don't know who farms it.
I was just wondering if it was the same
I'm sorry,
corn farmer who's doing both of that.
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
All right, thank you. That was my last question.
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Miadze, additional questions for registrants?
Just one more question. I had a question for Yimoa. I was thinking to myself, so we've had a whole bunch of, whether it might be the Northside Planning Council, Northside Business Association. We heard from a couple of alders already in support. I'm just wondering, when they did their outreach from 10 acres to 30 acres, and she said that that's what the community wanted. Who did she I just want to have a question for Groundswell. Who did you outreach in order to get that information?
Do we still have Ms. Yang with us?
I'm still here.
Did you hear the alder's question?
Yes, I did. So we have a list of 5 market farmers needing more than 25 acres of land. They have reached out to us. In terms of the 10 acres that's proposed by Green Street to the 30 acres that I show in the map, because we own 2 community farms that are 10 acres and 14 acres, it is most ideal to have a minimum of 20 acres of land to be able to serve the people that need land access.
Oh, no, my question is that me as an alder, I outreached my constituents, my neighborhood, my community district in order to vouch for this land. When you switched from 10 to 30, you said that you outreach the community. So is that you just talking about the farmers, but not District 18 constituents? Is that what you're saying?
I did speak with District 18 constituents, and those are low-income residents who live nearby Ramish Farm. And so I did not conduct a survey, but I have spoken to several people that have shared with me that they would love to have land access at Ramish because it adds value. It adds value to their life. And they talk about the different barriers that they have in terms of transportation to land on the outskirts of Madison and other areas that are not accessible. I've talked to Habitat homeowner who live right in that neighborhood by the Ramish Farm. And they have said to me that they can't afford to go elsewhere. If the F-35s come, they are stuck. And so because they can't just pick up and go buy another house elsewhere, when Groundswell, if Groundswell is able to provide access to land, we would be adding values to their life. Their kids go to Lakeview Elementary School. That's their backyard.
All right, and just to sum it up, I know you distinctly remember this. When you told me that most of the people that are working on the plat of land are people that were incarcerated, the groups of people that you mentioned, I specifically asked you about African American farming the land, and you said that it is hard to get people to farm the land when they work 2 or 3 jobs. So can you elaborate more on that? Because now you're saying that, so I'm confused based on you saying that you outreach African American community, or are you just talking about a different ethnic group?
I have been in direct conversation with Hmong farmers, and I have been in conversation with organizations that serve the Black community. And so I am not the expert working with the Black community. That's why we rely on partnerships. And
So
that's why we lease land to Neighborhood Food Solutions, and they then do the programming.
So you specifically have not talked to African American community, just Hmong, but organizations that represent the African American community. And so am I getting that right?
I have talked to Robert Pierce, who's a Black farmer, and he runs Neighborhood Food Solution. So he does programming, and he's a Black farmer. I have talked to other people who are Black farmer, and they have all said that they need access to farmland.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. Alder Carter, I'm just checking. It looks like your hand is still up on the screen. No. Okay.
That's not me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Carter. All right. So then we will go on. We're having a little bit of a disconnect between the hands that we see on the screen and the hands that are actually raised in Zoom, just so everybody knows. I am monitoring it and trying to keep track. All right, so we will move on then, continuing with public comment to item 89, which is approving the preliminary plat of the Ramish Farm Development. Our first registrant on item 89 is Brandy Grayson of District 14, to be followed by Marcia Caton Campbell, to be followed by Kiyomi Archer.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Sorry I'm late for the meeting, but I have to teach a class. So I'm showing up on the meeting to say, hey, we're Black. And we run a pretty successful agriculture program. And because of the lack of resources in the city of Madison, we've been forced to do our program in Verona in partnership with the Farley Center, who has been gracious enough to give us 2 acres of land. On the half acre that we're growing on this year, we've produced over 10,000 pounds of produce. We've allocated more than 200 CSA boxes to our communities. And as you know, y'all may know, Urban Triage serves and centers Black people. We've graduated 20 families from our agriculture program this summer, including entrepreneur aspects and business plans in agriculture. Our plan is to acquire land in the city of Madison so that we can build a greenhouse and grow food year round. And it would be very amazing if we were on the north side, which we know is a food desert. And it will also give us the opportunity to engage families in that area to learn more about agriculture. And you may also know that Urban Triage does a fantastic job at engaging communities that others have a challenge engaging in programming and initiatives. So if we were able to work with the other organizations to acquire land and to build on that land, that would be so revolutionary, so radical. We would literally be giving people the tools they need to become self-sustainable. And I mean, like it's literally like it's also connects back to healing, right? Because one of the things that we know about existing in the Dane County area is that it's stressful and it's traumatic as heck to be in Madison and try to do positive things and initiatives and to enroll people into programs that really focus on trauma recovery, which is what Urban Triage does. So not only do we support people in growing their own food, learning about agriculture, and taking their produce products grown from the field to market, but we also do trauma recovery. And it's a place where families and individuals get to heal, you know, and bond. It's just a wonderful experience. And we have so many we have so much proof of the impact and the empowerment of the family. So I would just ask that you consider that and give us the opportunity to show and prove. And there's nothing that Urban Triage has touched that we haven't delivered on. So if given the opportunity to deliver on this, we promise you won't be disappointed. And we often talk about the economy of Madison. I know that's a huge deal. And we often talk about empowerment, economic empowerment, funds, money. You would give us the opportunity to go from employing 22 Black individuals to employing 50 individuals and probably more if we're able to build on the land and have a greenhouse. So
there is a lack of balanced representation on this task force. In addition, Smart Growth members have a great many practical questions about how this farmland policy, preservation policy would be implemented. If even a small part of a new residential subdivision must be set aside for farmland preservation, who will farm the parcel? Will the preserved farmland parcel be divided among several users? If so, who will administer access to the multiple farming plots? What if no one comes forward to purchase the parcel set aside for farmland preservation? How long will the developer be required to wait for a buyer of the farmland preservation parcel before the developer can turn to Plan B and develop the parcel? Who will the end users be? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our registrant on item 103? Seeing none, that is the end of public comment. Alder Vitever.
We have a 5-minute recess, please.
Alder Vitever would move a 5-minute recess. Alder Figueroa Cole will second. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of a 5-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we are recessed until 9:11.
I really came to show I figured that being present in avoiding coffee. So it was important to show up, right? It's going to be an interesting discussion.
We're about a minute out, folks. All right, if I can have the council members, please return to your seats. Please take your seats. Fasten your seatbelts. Keep your tray tables in the locked and upright position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're almost there. If we have alders on the Zoom present, if you could turn your cameras on. Thank you, Alder Benford, for being here. All right, we're not quite there yet, folks. We need 2 more alders.
Mayor, this is Alder Foster. I do have my video on. Looks like it just wasn't showing up on the screen, just FYI.
Okay, thank you, Alder. We need 1 more alder then. And if our tech folks can get us all of our remote alders on the screen, that'd be great. Okay. Right, so only 1 minute out from a 5-minute break. We will call the council meeting back to order, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Evers. Figueroa Cole. Foster.
Here.
Furman. Halverson. Harrington McKinney. Heck. Miadze. Paulson. Fair. Tischler. Verveer. Vitiver. Wahelia is excused. Abbas.
Here.
Benford.
Present.
Bennett. Carter.
Present.
Conklin is excused. Alder Curry. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we're on item 26, which is Legistar 72655, creating sections of the ordinances to assign zoning to Area 13 of the Town of Madison. Final attachment. President Furman, let's start with a motion, please.
Move adoption.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff on item 26? Seeing none, is there discussion on item 26? Alder Curry.
Sorry, I did have a question for staff.
Go ahead, Alder.
I don't believe the person who had public comment, but spoke about a 10-foot setback, moving to 30-foot setback and asking for a reconsideration of the zoning. And I'm wondering what implications would be created by that.
Ms. Stouter, do you want to take this, or is Mr. Tucker here on the line? I don't know. Let's see, where are you? I think that's you. Go ahead. We also have Mr. Tucker here. You guys can fight it out.
Well, I'll start with a little background and then turn it over to Matt. So thanks, Alder Curry, for that question. So back when we did the South Madison plan, which was adopted just early this year, part of that plan laid out the rezoning recommendations for the portions of properties in the town that were coming into the city that were within that plan area. And so at that point, we looked at this particular area east of Rimrock Road and identified it for employment uses in the future. And the zoning district that really best fits that is the Suburban Employment, or SE zoning district. There may be some differences between the existing county zoning, which I believe for this particular site was heavy commercial, if I remember the registrant, and the suburban employment district that the city has. We know there will be differences between county and city zoning in almost every case, but if there's a structure currently on the property that lies outside of the required setback areas in the city's zoning, that structure can stay for the foreseeable future. And now I'll kind of toss the baton to Building Inspection Director Tucker, who can say a little bit more about nonconformities if folks are interested in that.
Sure, thanks, Heather. Yeah, so existing buildings that exists, we're not exactly sure, of course, what the records show, how the buildings were originally developed. We don't necessarily know what the setbacks look like on these properties. The setback requirements are greater are 30 feet. I don't know what the existing setback requirement is in the town property. But we have had some cases too where we run into unusual or unique circumstances where people are attempting to add on to or build to existing buildings, and they may be eligible for variances. They may also be eligible to take advantage of relaxed front and side yard setbacks to let buildings get pushed forward from where maybe they would be permissible in the town. In some cases, front setbacks can be bigger, 20 or 30 feet. I don't really know. It's hard for us to tell exactly. So I think there's a workable solution, but sometimes it takes some noodling on the individual lot to get to that point.
Thank you both. Any other questions for staff? All right, not seeing any. The motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 26. And we'll move to item 28. I would suggest that we take items 28 and 89 together since they, seeing no objection, okay. So I'd like to start then with Ms. Stouter giving us a little presentation, and then we'll have questions for staff and move through. Ms. Stouter?
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor, Alders. Good to be here with you this evening in person. Great to see some of you that we haven't seen each other before. I wanted to take a few moments to do some level setting and even show some visuals just to help folks really ground this property within the north side of the city, within our city's comprehensive plan recommendations, and then talk a little bit about different acreages and just come to a common understanding about some of the spaces that we've been discussing this evening. So what we have before the council this evening is a 64-acre site on the city's north side, shown here. The rezoning is item 28 on your agenda, and then the preliminary plat is item 89, as you know. Basically, the proposal before you would eventually result in anywhere from about 600 to 1,300 future housing units on the north side between Sherman and Packers, 76 single-family lots and 6 lots for future multifamily development, 2 mixed-use and commercial lots, 1 agricultural lot, which has been discussed a lot tonight, about 10 acres in size, and then 3 other outlots for parks and stormwater management. The concept is shown here in place. Next slide, sorry, Nikki. I'm advancing my own slides as if that matters. So here the concept is shown in place, and you can see the surrounding development on 3 sides on this infill site on the north side. Just for context, we have Whitetail Ridge Park to the north shown, Lakeview Elementary immediately to the south, some city-funded affordable housing and also assisted senior living immediately to the south as well. And then Warner Park is just shown for reference there. Next slide, please. So just a little bit on the timeline or history for this particular site. It probably goes back much further than this, but just going back about the last 15 years or so, in 2006, the city adopted our first ever comprehensive plan meeting the state smart growth law. And for this particular property, it was recommended for residential uses. 2009, the city adopted the Northport Warner Sherman Neighborhood Plan, a much more detailed set of recommendations for the site that included street connections and a couple different development concepts that we'll show here in a second. 2018, of course, more recently, the comprehensive plan that we're working with now recommended a mix of residential and mixed use on the site, some different densities of residential, greater densities than what had been recommended back in '06. In January of 2020, right before the pandemic, the property was attached to the city from the town of Burke. And during that time, the school districts, the DeForest area and Madison Metropolitan School Districts, were urged to look for opportunities to do a land swap so that this particular site could be within the Madison Metropolitan School District. They did that, independent of the city, of course, but they came to an agreement that just made sense. Given that there's an elementary school immediately to the south, I think we can all agree that it makes a lot of sense to have this property in MMSD. More recently, as has been noted this evening, there have been multiple iterations of similar proposals for this site. In April of this year, the Environmental Justice Work Group report was presented and accepted by the council, and that really dove into the noise mitigation needs. And ultimately, the council accepted the recommendation to not preclude residential development within the noise contours that most of you are familiar with, but to try to encourage noise mitigation for residential development in those areas. And then finally, just last week, the Plan Commission unanimously recommended approval again for this current proposal that has a few important changes that have been discussed this evening. Next slide. This is just a quick look at two of the concepts that were shown in the 2009 Northport Warner Sherman Neighborhood Plan. Fairly dated plan, but I'm surprised to really see that most of the elements shown in these concepts are being proposed in what you see before you this evening. A mix of residential housing types. The concept on the right does show some urban agriculture that was mentioned in the plan as important to consider. And of course, the stormwater and parkland as well. Again, not a perfect rendition of either of these concepts. Rarely do plats perfectly replicate our adopted plans, but quite close in this case to what was envisioned there back in 2009. Next slide. And importantly, the comprehensive plan from 2018, this just shows the generalized, so backing out to the high level, the generalized future land use recommendations for the site. In yellow is the low density residential. In brown is the medium density residential, and then in purple, the neighborhood mixed use in that southeast portion of the property. Again, the proposal that's before the council this evening is quite similar to the comprehensive plan, and the Plan Commission did find that it was consistent with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan. I want to dive a little bit deeper outside of the generalized future land use map into some of the comprehensive plan recommendations that have to do with farmland and food production. Next slide. So really in our land use and transportation section, I think our key role as a city, as is evidenced in the comprehensive plan, is to facilitate compact growth to reduce the development of farmland. And that's really thinking on the regional scale. How can we as a city play the best role in protecting the farmland in Dane County and beyond? That's to grow in a compact manner like we've been doing in recent years as a city. And that goal is shared among cities and villages across Dane County and many parts of the state. A very specific action 6B, steer our peripheral growth toward priority areas with a focus on land already served by utilities. And this is really key here when we're considering the Ramish property. It is surrounded by development on three sides. There are utilities, water, sewer, streets that can be tapped into at a cost that makes sense. Those are very expensive to provide and to extend. And what we want to do is make sure that we're filling in those infill areas first. This is a great example of how we could do that as a city. Action 6C then, accommodate a majority of our growth through infill and redevelopment. We've seen a lot of very intensive infill development over the last decade or more. This isn't a typical infill site that we all see when we're thinking about redevelopment with existing buildings. But if you look at it on a map, surrounded by development on three sides, indeed this is urban infill. Next slide, please. Elsewhere in the comprehensive plan, there's a focus more on, well, what can we do within the city? And, taking into account the trade-offs and appropriate scale, what can we do to support food production? So action 8B within neighborhoods and housing, identifying spaces suitable for community gardens and exploring expansion of existing gardens to meet demand. That's something that's really important to keep in mind. I think that can be done at a variety of scales, and I'll show you a few examples later that might be familiar to many of you. Next slide, please. In the Green and Resilient chapter of the Comprehensive Plan, Action 9A, work with partners to continue to support community gardens and associated infrastructure. As many of you know, community gardens are not easy to manage. It's something that the city's not in the business of doing, but we do rely on other partners to manage that land, whether it's in our city parks or on other public spaces, or on the rare occasion that it's on a private space, which would be the case if we were to move forward with the proposal that's before you this evening. In Action 9B, identify opportunities to support local food production within the city. This is important because it gets away from just the community garden idea, that 20 by 20 foot plot. This acknowledges that it could be important to find the right sites for perhaps larger scale food production within city limits. This is a challenge. I think that we do have sites that could be really suitable for this and minimize competing interests for the city. Ramish may not be the best site for a very large-scale agricultural operation, but I wanted to definitely mention this goal and say that, given our interest in the Farmland Preservation Task Force that's on the agenda this evening, I think that, working toward this action is something that is important for us to continue to keep in mind moving forward. Next slide, please. This map, it's very complicated, but I'm going to talk you through it. I think I want to try to make it as simple as possible. This is our city and our future growth areas, as shown in our generalized future land use map within the comprehensive plan. Everything you see in pink is planned for future development, and what you see in green is planned for future open space uses, parks and open space uses. The hashed black and gray areas, as well as the blue-lined areas, are areas that are currently zoned agriculture today. So within our city and our future growth area, right outside of the city, we have 10,830 acres zoned agriculture. Remember, the Ramish site is 64 acres in size. We have on nearly 11,000 acres within the city and next to the city in our future growth areas zoned agriculture today. Now, I want to build on that even more and say that the city of Madison has an extremely permissive zoning code when it comes to agriculture. One could pursue urban agriculture in nearly any of our zoning districts. It need not be zoned agriculture to pursue an urban agriculture or hydroponic operation, greenhouses, et cetera. You can do that in employment districts, even some of the residential districts, and more. But if we're focused on agricultural zoning, wanted to try to place that Ramish site, which is shown there on the near north side, in a greater context. Now, within this nearly 11,000 acres, about 43% of it is planned for long-term open space uses. Our suggestion is that we, as we move forward with the Farmland Preservation Task Force, should really look to those areas as what might be the most appropriate areas for larger scale agricultural projects within the city that wouldn't unnecessarily compete with other needs and other planned land uses. And within that, about 587 acres, so about 5% of the acreage that you see here is actually owned by the city, and those are the areas that are shown there in blue. So perhaps we could even focus even clearer on those sites to try to find things that worked even better. Next slide, please. Again, this is just another way of looking at it without the map of the city. Of our nearly 11,000 acres zoned agriculture in the city and surroundings, this is just a look of how those break down with regard to how the comprehensive plan recommends future land uses. So about a third of it is planned for future residential use. That's shown there in the yellow. Over 40%, like I said, planned for parks and open space uses. That's the green that's shown there. So just wanted to try to put that into context. As mentioned, the 64-acre Ramish site is planned for predominantly residential with some mixed use. It's surrounded by development on 3 sides and has easily extendable urban services right into that site. Next slide, please. Just a short series of slides just to take a look at scale. We've talked a lot about different acreages and the 10-acre area that this particular developer is proposing to leave in agriculture zoning. We have talked with CARPC, we've talked with Dane County to get a better understanding of any wetland buffers that would need to be adhered to for agricultural uses. And basically what we've learned is that within the first 30 feet of the wetland, you would need to limit yourself to perennial crops, so berries, flowers, things like that that didn't need to be dug up and replanted each and every year. And so tossing that aside as something that may not be as viable as annual crops, we calculated approximately 7.5 acres on this site would be available for cultivation. And then that outermost black line around the wetland is a 75-foot buffer. Within that area, you wouldn't be allowed to construct anything with impervious surfaces. So greenhouses, parking lots, et cetera, wouldn't be allowed within that outermost black ring. Next slide, please. Now, how does this area stack up against some of the community gardens that might be familiar to a lot of you? Here's the one that's been discussed a lot tonight, Troy Gardens. It's right down the road, a little bit to the west of this site. And so Troy Farm and Troy Gardens are two separate chunks of the broader Troy area, as mentioned by one of the registrants this evening. To the north is the community-supported agriculture farm. We measured that on a 2020 aerial, and it's about 5.4 acres. And then to the south is the community gardens that are broken up for individual households to garden. That area appears to be just under 5 acres. And so that's one comparison. Next slide, please. A couple of others, the city's largest known community garden on university-owned property, Eagle Heights Community Gardens, is about 10.2 acres in size. And if you've been there, you know it seems enormous when you're in it. Also, Rindall Community Gardens here, it's about a 2.7 acre site right there at Rindall Park on the east side. And then one other site. For those of you that ever bike on the Cap City Trail, you might be familiar with the Atwood Community Gardens. We have a few examples of these linear community gardens, either next to old rail corridors or along streets. This is one that's, I think, familiar to many, and it's about 1.4 acres in size. Just again, for the sake of being able to compare the size of what's being committed on the Ramish property for future agricultural use. Next slide. And then finally, just to bring it back to the environmental justice work group's efforts earlier this year, just want to make sure that the council is aware of the geography of the modeled noise contour lines that the F-35 modeling has provided. The green line that you see running through the easternmost portion of the property is the 65 decibel line, or an average of 65 decibels a day and night average. As the developer had mentioned, there's a commitment to wait until at least 2027 to pursue any residential uses on the Packers Avenue or east side of that green line. And then all of the residential uses proposed lie outside of that 65 decibel contour. And within their multifamily developments, they've committed in writing to pursue the noise mitigation measures on the eastern portions of the building and the rooftops to try to mitigate the sound from the airport. Next slide, please. Finally, just as a concluding slide, again, here is the proposed site in the context of the north side, 64 acres. You have the rezoning and preliminary plat before you this evening. It's consistent with adopted plans. It provides a wide variety of housing options, as well as other community benefits that we don't typically see. And then finally, last week, it was recommended unanimously for approval by the city's Plan Commission. I'm here to take questions, and Matt McLojeski from Economic Development and Matt Tucker from Building Inspection are here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Are there questions for staff on either item 28 or 89? Seeing none. Oh, Alder Evers.
Yes, Heather, could you speak to this, what was mentioned about by right uses that are options for the 64-acre site?
Within the current agriculture zoning?
Yeah.
So agricultural uses, we recently in the city added a permitted use for solar farms within the agriculture district. We've seen some of those on the outskirts of the city. I'm going to look at my colleague, although I can't see them, Matt Tucker from Building Inspection, and see if Matt wants to add any other uses that would be allowable in the agriculture district.
Well, there are a number of uses that you would typically find in the agricultural district. there are other, the agricultural related type uses. I'm just kind of looking over here at I have the zoning code up on another computer. Just a few other uses like public safety and services facilities, which are like city facilities like fire stations and police stations, which you'd probably get involved in the discussion on that anyways. Parks and playgrounds. Certain residential uses are allowed in the agriculture district, like housing cooperatives. There are, of course, cell towers, and some of those basic utilities are permissible in the district. Some other like daycare type uses, animal grooming, animal daycare type uses, animal grooming, bed and breakfast use, and that's about it. That's by right uses.
The reason for the question is it was mentioned that we could end up with a hog farm, a big, factory farm. And if that's the case, then I think this council needs to pass some kind of ordinance preventing something like that from being in the city limits. But are you suggesting that that is something currently in any of these 10,000 acres that are zoned agriculture, that somebody could put a high-density, smelly hog farm in our city?
There is a conditional use that is referred to as agriculture intensive, which is, I hope I get this right. What they do is they measure the intensity of agriculture operations based on the number of animal units per acre. And there's a mathematical formula. I don't know what it is exactly, but think of it like this way, like, 30 chickens equals a goat, or,
right,
goats equals a cow, right? So intensive agriculture is a conditional use in the ag district. So you would have an opportunity to talk about an intense facility like that. There are also supplemental regulations that relate to the spreading of manure and some of those other things that you would find at those types of places that would be definitely something that would be part of a significant discussion about a facility like that locating in the city.
Then it might be fair to say the suggestion that we could end up with a hog farm was a red herring, and that this council should not consider that as an imminent threat if we were to vote no on this proposal. Correct?
Somebody could ask for approval for an intensive
as a conditional use, but not as a permitted use. So the implication that we would end up with a hog farm as a permitted use has been suggested and apparently has been communicated to members of this body by the developer is simply not accurate.
I don't believe it is, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think it would actually be a red pig, right? Alder Miadze?
Yes, I just wanted to, if Matt could touch on about when was the last time this was a TIF district and how huge this will be important for the district.
Sure, thank you, Alder. Matt Mikolajewski, Economic Development Director, for those watching at home. So we have been in conversations with the developer about possibly providing TIF support to the project overall, and we're still in the early stages of those conversations. But if the council were to desire to provide TIF support to this project, we would then set up a TIF district that would likely encompass not only this property, but a broader area on the north side. We have historically had a TIF district on the north side, but not recently. So yes, that is a possibility that we're exploring.
Okay, and last question is, typically, you don't really see memos usually done. So isn't that, I just wanted to touch on that it's kind of nice to have a memo in this that we can definitely have the sound mitigation. So I just wanted to touch, that's not something that, if Heather can touch on that, that's something you don't usually see. So which is...
Sure. So Alder, you're referring to the applicant's memo demonstrating their commitment to mitigating noise within future multifamily buildings?
Yes.
Sure. So that's something that has been submitted to the council for consideration. I think it's important that this evening there aren't any building plans in front of the council. It's just the rezoning and the platting, but it's a commitment in writing demonstrating that they will be pursuing noise mitigation on the eastern and rooftops of future multifamily buildings outside of the 65 decibel contour on the property.
Okay. And lastly, you already touched about this is something that is within the comprehensive plan and the Warner Park neighborhood plan, right?
Correct. The proposal is consistent with recommendations in both of those adopted plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
On the TIF thing, okay, so why don't we already have a TIF district on the north side? Did the one that we had before wasn't successful or something?
Yes, we did implement a TIF district on the north side right before the Great Recession, and unfortunately, that was very bad timing from a TIF perspective, and it just didn't work out very well. Since that time, we really haven't had a new request for a new generator project that would cause us to implement a new TIF district. But should the council desire to provide TIF for this project, this could serve as that generator for a broader TIF district on the north side.
And I'm trying to understand, how would TIF be used in this project? Like, isn't it for, I'm sorry, could you just explain that?
Sure. So what we would do is we would work with the developer to take a look at their sources and uses of funding for the project, and then we would ask ourselves if there's a financial gap. In other words, are the costs of the project greater than what the developer can afford to provide? So for example, even though we haven't drilled down into the numbers, additional engineering of the buildings for sound attenuation could drive up the cost of construction, which could potentially drive a financial gap. And then if that was the case, we would come back to the council with a recommendation, and then you would need to discuss whether or not the city should provide TIF to that particular project.
Okay. Oh, and then I also wanted to ask kind of off of what Heather was saying. So like, are our community gardens always full?
I don't know if they're always full. We've just started to look into kind of the acreage and number of gardens that we have citywide. Yeah, I don't know. The one that I garden at is full.
I asked because from what we were hearing from like Rooted and Urban Triage, it seemed like there's this need for more lands that we don't have. And I'm like, if our community gardens are already on a smaller scale and are already full, doesn't that lend credence to the argument that we do need more lands?
We as a city could need more community gardens. What I heard from Rooted and others is that there's a need for larger scale agriculture for farmers who are doing this to make money, not just to grow food for a household or as a hobby. I may have misheard that, but I'm getting the impression that there's a need for a larger scale. I think we in Dane County, we certainly have the land available. It's a matter of trying to match those who need that land to grow crops on with the land itself. And so trying to find those best fits, within or near the city, I think could be a challenge, and perhaps one that the city would like to be a part of. But I think we're probably talking about a couple different things. Do we need more community gardens? Perhaps. But I think on top of that, what I'm hearing is that there's a need out there for larger scale growing possibilities. And I think that I can't help but saying that, a lot of urban agricultural uses don't have to utilize a lot of land. I think what we'll soon see, hopefully, in Madison, like we're seeing in, Milwaukee, Racine, other places with a different land economy than Madison has, are really innovative urban agriculture happening indoors, greenhouses, vertical growing, et cetera. I don't think that urban agriculture has to take up a whole lot of acreage to be really productive and successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze, additional questions?
Oh, yeah, just one last question. So listening to the Planning Commission, heard that the this subdivision has met the city's subdivision ordinance. So if there was a bigger plat, say like 20 to 30 acres, this will probably disrupt the subdivision ordinance possibly?
Yeah, I think when we were reacting as staff to the concept of a much, much larger urban or rural agricultural site on this property without streets, I think that there were really two pieces that came to mind for us as staff. One was the lack of street connectivity that's shown in adopted plans. You know, if we're trying to support a new piece of this broader neighborhood, that street connectivity, multimodal transportation through the new subdivision is really important. And then the other is that comprehensive plan recommendation that really tries to push the city toward infill development and trying to develop where we already have those urban services surrounding it. To take up 35 acres of this 64-acre site with agricultural use seems like too much. I think what's being proposed here is probably at the upper level of the acreage that is appropriate on a 64-acre urban site that's part of a broader neighborhood. But really, when you get much larger than that, I think it might be best for us as a city to look at other public and maybe private opportunities for larger chunks of land that don't compete with our other needs like they do on this site.
And very last question. You made a comment through your observation about this developer meeting a lot of senses that is usually not usually something that a developer does. Can you elaborate on that? I think you said that during one of your meetings. I think it was the Planning Commission, or?
Yeah, and I think I would let the applicant really speak for themselves on that, as they did. I mean, I think they've demonstrated the willingness to listen and make changes. The most significant recent change with this particular iteration is that commitment to leave that 10-acre site zoned agriculture. So not pursuing development of the 20-some homes that were shown on that portion of the property in the past. Really trying to hear the community, I think hope for the right nonprofit partner or for-profit partner to come forward and manage that portion of the property. That's something that is atypical. We don't see developers, for the most part, willing to pursue those partnerships.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. So, President Furman, a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For item 28, move adoption with conditions, and for item 89, move adoption under suspension of MGO 2.055.
Moved and seconded for both items. We'll go to discussion now. Is there discussion on items 28 and 89? Seeing, I knew it was too good to be true. Alder Evers.
Well, I'll start things off. First of all, I want to thank Joel Oliver for the hard work that he's done in trying to come up with something that works. And it is clear from hearing him speak, he is, and his company represents the kind of values that we want to see in those who develop in our community. And I also agree that we need more housing and that we are in a housing crisis. It's the most important issue that we're facing. But I don't believe that we need more housing at any price. We have a parcel of 64 acres that's proposed to generate anywhere from 600 to 1,300 units of housing over time as it's developed. but also includes 72 single-family homes. So it seems to me that this notion that urban agriculture and housing could be harmonious is that if we were to come up with a proposal that removed the single-family housing and still allowed for multifamily housing more intense use of the 64 acres, if you eliminated those 72 plots, you could still get probably, well, 1,300 minus 72, that's still a lot of units of housing, correct? If you're saying that 600 to 1,300 units of housing could happen in 64 acres, if you removed the single-family housing and allowed for the use of that agriculture for people who need it, marginalized members of our community, members of marginalized groups in our community, urban triage, folks like that, rooted, groundswell, providing acreage for community gardeners, but also market farmers, we could have both. So I would urge this council to place this on file without prejudice once again and work with this alternative plan where we can have urban agriculture and housing in tandem and significantly, not a small, questionably parcel of 10 acres or 7.5 acres or only 4 acres that are usable. It's up for debate, but we could have much more. So unfortunately, with all due respect to Joel Oliver and his team, I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Fair.
Thank you. The issue that or the question that keeps coming up to me in my head is, or it's not a question really, it's a fact. We don't own this land. You know, this is not city land. It is zoned agriculture, and they're trying to change that zoning, but we can't really, we don't know what the financing of any one of these nonprofits will look like in the future. We can't micromanage that. So I just don't know how we say, all due respect to Alder Evers, Madam Chair, that I just don't know how we kind of plan for that when this isn't our property and we don't have the contract for this property. This is property under contract with Green Street, owned by Ramish Farm. So all that said, I think we have a very good development in front of us that obviously has gone through many iterations, a lot of quality work with the community, it sounds like, doing about as good as they can with the situation that they've kind of been handed. So I think we're looking at a gift horse in the mouth, if we were to deny this approval. So I would urge that we take that gift and we value the housing that we need and the developer that we have, and we approve this.
Thank you, Alder Halverson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like to live in the reality of what we have in front of us, and we have somebody that's right now willing to build this out, and we have a proposal in front of us. We can wish for future use of different properties that may come into our sphere of view that will give us the agricultural stuff we're looking for. But we have a reality in front of us right now, and we have a developer that has demonstrated the type of effort and work that I think we would look for from a developer. Above and Beyond has been used quite a few times, working to accommodate requests and work with the community, and gone back several times and changed things over. And from my perspective, and only being on the council for a year and a half, from what I've seen, this is a developer that is the type of model that we want to encourage to work with the city on the various projects. And this is the opportunity that we have to encourage that and to say, yes, this is what we want. We've got commitments from this particular developer. And, you know, there's also talk about the F-35s, and yes, the F-35s are coming, and maybe not a surprise to anybody. We do have an airport in the city. that has jets that come and go. And the DNLs that we've looked at, you know, those are where they believe that the sound is going to be, the day and night sound boundaries, so to speak. Those are also based off a 5% use of the afterburners, which is their general how they approach those sounds. And there is no indication, according to the commanders at the base, that they're going to use afterburners at all here in Madison. You compare it to Vermont, this runway is longer than Vermont runway. We have a different area. And so to say that we're not going to allow development in this area when it's in the middle of already developed area, I think is short-sighted on our part, considering what we need for housing needs in the city. And this is a golden opportunity, in my opinion, to work with a developer, one that is very flexible and has worked with us, and provide an opportunity to get housing in this area. And I will be supporting this. I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this tonight, and these are the reasons that I am supporting it, is that from what I heard tonight, from what I heard when this was first introduced, we have come a long way. But specifically, what I want to speak to is, one, the disparities in home ownership between white, Hispanic, and African American families across Wisconsin has gotten worse over the last decade. Two, just 15% of Black households in Madison own their homes. Madison's Black home ownership is 1/3 of the U.S. rate. Three, Wisconsin has one of the lowest Black home ownership rates in the country, a rate that has not moved or improved nationally since 1968. That's from the Wisconsin Policy Forum. The former alder said it best, is having the highest and best use for this land. I think that this is the highest and best use for this land. When we talk about we're in a housing crisis, we all say, yes, we recognize we're in a housing crisis, but when we look at affordable housing doesn't mean it's the lowest income. It might be a nurse, it might be a teacher, something that's affordable. The Planning Commission has recommended approval that this plot standards have been met. Homeownership is a big deal. That's where you get equity. That's where you have a two-generation approach where the families can, make sure that their children are in stable housing. So housing is a big deal. Equity is a big deal. This provides an opportunity for affordable housing. And what I've heard is that this is pristine farmland. But there are racial homeownership gaps, and those gaps are getting worse. What I really heard is not in my backyard. That's what I really heard. And so for the speakers that came, the mother and daughter, in full disclosure, I know that family, did not know that they were coming to speak. But what I know is that there are more people like that that's in the community that we need to look at and supply housing needs. So I am supporting this. I will ask my colleagues to consider it because we can't just talk about it. We really do need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be supporting this. I'll be supporting this because for whatever reason, we have moved towards owning a home is not necessary. Well, owning a home is the American dream for everyone. So let me repeat that. Owning a home is the American dream for everyone. This development offers a variety of housing stock, single-family homes, townhouses, multi-family homes that creates a neighborhood with options. And I believe there was a compromise. If I remember the first time they came and presented, and this time, I can see the compromise in this proposal that they're bringing us today. We have got to have developments that create levels of opportunity for everyone, and people like to say teachers, nurses, police officer, etc. I want to bring in the maintenance worker, the administrative assistant, the mailroom worker. This is an opportunity for this group, in addition to everything everyone else has said prior to me, to own, to live, to thrive. And I am going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I work third shift, so excuse me if I'm going all over the place because I haven't slept all day. I've been doing my homework all day and trying to make sure that I come here and definitely speak on behalf of not only my constituents, but behalf of the city of Madison, and definitely to share my own personal experience. Because the best kind of example to give everybody is lived experience. I was one of those parents 10 years ago that lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with my 3 kids on North Ridge Terrace, right across the street from Kennedy Heights Apartments. It was my high school wrestling coach that took me into his home, my 3 kids, and said, you know what? You could own a house. For the $1,000 that you pay for rent, you could own your own home. Here it is, 10 years later, I own my own home. Not only that, I'm sitting here as an alder. That's the greatest testimony I could tell anybody. And even if my testimony does not touch anybody, the people that actually supported this, Northside Planning Council that actually deals with Feed Kitchen, deals with Troy Gardens, deals with the economic growth of the North Side, wrote a letter in support. Northside Business Association wrote a letter in support. We had alders that came here, former alders. Anita Weir, that does a great job on the North Side, gave her testimony. I cannot say enough to my fellow alders to definitely support this. How many Charles Miadzes are they on the North Side corridor that want a chance to own a house? And when we talk about home ownership, generational wealth that I can hand to my own kids, that is so, so, so important. So another thing I would like to say too is the simple fact that I can go deeper about this, but I just want my colleagues to actually know that this is something that's dear, it's personal to me, it's personal to my community. Everything I've done and I really appreciate the developer actually coming up with so many consensus. I thought he was actually going to give up, but to actually say, you know what, Charles, I do that. I'll sit at the table with the groundswell. I'll do this and that and make sure that the north side, even TIF talk about the growth of the north side. So I want to keep on going on and on. I can go on and on about this because I poured my heart into this for my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. In short, I will be supporting these resolutions tonight. I feel remiss not mentioning that I am learning much more than I knew before about farmland, and am encouraged in establishing the creation of a task force when opportunities do come up to bring what I feel are experts, folks who live in the community, folks who are looking towards providing some of the needs that are very essential to the north side and affordability and home ownership. So I'm encouraged by that, and that also the establishment of the work group or task force. And I'm hoping that in the future we can proactively work together to increase our knowledge of both housing needs, but also farming in terms of feeding and providing needs for marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate all the Northside residents and people who gave testimony today. I do see a huge opportunity for the city in future for public-private partnership. As I heard, one participant said there is a federal funding on planning for farmland and urban agriculture, and I think so. Director Stauder presentation also mentioned about quite a bit of parcels and opportunity. I see a path forward. Let me come back to this project. So you may all recall twice I voted against this project because of concerns surrounding the F-35 fighter jet plane. But this time I'm supporting this project. And I have 3 big reasons which I would like to share. And the first one is the developer has made a written commitment around sound mitigation. And also, city is also going to be invested once tax incremental district is created to make sure sound mitigation is part of the project, as Director Matt Mikuljuski mentioned. Cost of the building depend on if the cost of the project is increased because of the sound mitigation. TIF could be used as a part of that tool, and then city could be a partner in that process. Second reason is the project will create 70 market rate single family homes and multiple 2 to 4 unit homes, also multifamily projects as well. The third thing is very important for all of us as a council and as a community to understand this project. If we create tax incremental district in a right way with expansion of the boundary, this could really unlock a lot of opportunities for future growth of businesses. Not only big businesses, it can also create opportunity for minority-owned businesses and small businesses to use TIF money on the north side. You might recall as a council, Wisconsin State Journal, there was an article, North Side is an island. And there's a lack of investment by the city and lack of attention. And you recently heard last TIF. I believe that TIF was created by our mayor, Satya Rhodes Conway, during her time as an alder on the north side 14 years or 13, 14 years ago. I think so this project with $160 million investment can really unlock many opportunities on the north side. I also acknowledge, my support for this project might also come as a disappointment to some of the Northside residents and friends. While I feel for people on all sides of this, I am making this vote thinking of people of City of Madison. We are facing one of the worst housing crises. And with higher inflation rate and interest rates, the rental market and the housing market are out of reach for many of our community members. In that particular situation, I see this project as a compromise, a balance to provide some sort of agricultural land, provide tax and incremental financing or opportunities, mitigation, and the housing. And I will support this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster, did you put your hand down? Yeah. Okay. something is glitchy in the Zoom system, folks. I don't know what it is. Alder Evers, on the second time for this project.
Well, it looks like the votes are going in a particular direction, not the way that I would like them to go. But let me just remind folks that this is not affordable housing, that the maintenance worker, the teacher, the police officer is not going to be able to afford a $400,000 home, and that's what we're talking about. The greatest need we have currently in our city is rental housing, and we don't have enough of it. This project gets many things right, but it's lacking in what I think is really critical. And that the reason why I have this high bar is that when you pave over farmland, there's no going back. You got to make sure it's right. And I don't think we have made 100% sure that it's right. Alder Fair brings up a good point. Perhaps if we owned this land, we could come up with a better proposal ourselves, bringing all the different nonprofits into the room. We don't have that. I still am going to vote against this. But if you do vote in favor of this, be reminded you are not voting for affordable housing. Your friends are not going to be able to move into these homes. They're simply going to be beyond reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter for the second time.
Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'm asking for a roll call. Thank you.
Your wish will be granted, Alder Carter. Alder Bennett.
Yeah, I'll make this brief. To one of my elders' points, I learned a lot more about this project and coming into this meeting. And the fact that this isn't affordable is one of the reasons that changed my mind. Going into the previous meeting, I was very upset that we were about the thought of putting affordable housing in areas that aren't the best for people that are most in need. But in seeing that simple facts that homes in this area are going for over $300,000, people aren't moving. And beyond that, something that really sticks in my mind that is why I'm voting the way I am today is in speaking with a current Northsider, former Alder, maybe or may not be one of my predecessors, said that, if we turn down this project, are we really saying that just because F-35s are coming, we're never going to build in the north side again? And that's something that, in learning more about this project, I really just want to admit that it's okay to change your mind and about these types of things. And I'm glad to have learned more about it. But I understand where you're coming from too, because I was there not too long ago. So that's where I'm coming from, and I know people might be disappointed, but
Thank you, Alder. Remind us all to direct your remarks to the chair, please. Alder Harrington McKinney for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was 3 generations speaking tonight: a mother, a daughter, a child, a grandchild. 3 generations saying that housing is so critically important. The other thing that I want to mention is the United Way is currently forming a delegation to help and understand how they can help individuals acquire housing. What gets in the way? There is a definite shift toward making affordable housing, and I'm using affordable housing, more attainable for the communities that we're talking about, that missing middle. If the United Way is rethinking how they can move that needle toward more home ownership for communities of color. Certainly, we do not want to get in the way and stop this process. And so I came tonight specifically to say how important this is for the city of Madison to move forward and to say a yes. And I hope my colleagues will consider that.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Oh, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, so this project, you kind of looking at it, or this issue, it's sort of two big things wrapped into one, either one of which would have been challenging to take just one at a time. The F-35 is something that folks have been passionate about over the years. I was kind of expecting a bigger F-35 fight tonight. I'm not sad that I didn't get one. And then agriculture and urban agriculture and preserving agriculture in the city. And so I'm not going to belabor this very long. I'll just point out that there actually is already agriculture on the site. Right, but I think what folks are talking about is maybe a different sort of agriculture than what's going on there, right? Because we're growing a lot of corn, and it's just a big cornfield, and I think we're interested in other things that could, other types of farming and other types of engagement rather than maybe one big farmer, which is what I think it is right now. And where I'm going with this, and what was kind of my point of my question about what's happening in the, who's doing that farming right now, is when this project, if we approve it and it stops being a cornfield, what happens to the viability of continuing to farm? And I think what is sort of a stretch of about 120 acres. So there's 60 acres here and there's 80 acres across the street. Those two parcels of that 80 acres, which is right now from the looks of Google Maps, is a cornfield. Those are owned by the county. They're zoned in our plan right now as, in our long-term plans, we have those listed as an employment center, of which we've talked about how agriculture is a use for that zoning district. And Director Stouter looked it up for me, and the county zoning for that right now is also agriculture. So zoning-wise, kind of making something happen across the street. And I don't know if the focus for some of the folks who've been talking to us tonight was that they just wanted to see more agriculture happen somewhere on the north side, or how much of it was they wanted to see something happen specifically kind of right there in that neighborhood because it's easy for folks nearby to be able to get to it. So this is across the street, and Packers/CV is a not exactly pedestrian-friendly street, but it's not the end of the world to go across the street there. So I hope that maybe some of the folks that we've been talking to tonight that are interested in doing urban agriculture in this area, and maybe something beyond monoculture, growing corn, which is probably going into ethanol or corn syrup, but doing more interesting things there. They talked to the county. I've dropped a note to Andrew Schauer, who's the supervisor there, just saying, hey, what's going on there? And he's going to dig into it a little bit as well. So maybe there's some opportunities to continue looking for ways to do urban agriculture on the north side at larger scale. It's those two lots, it's Starkweather Creek cuts through it, and then there's a railroad through it before you get to the airport. So it's not the full 80 acres, but it's probably pretty big. It's probably 60 acres worth of space. So if someone was looking to maybe do 5-acre plots, send a note to your county board supervisor, make those folks work for a living, and get into it. And maybe there's an opportunity to do some more work there. It's not technically City of Madison, it's Town of Burke, but someday it'll be City of Madison. And I think there may be some opportunities there. So I'll be supporting this project tonight. I think it conforms to the project, to the neighborhood plans, and I think it looks great. And I will shut up here.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. Roll call vote has been requested. I'll remind you that we're voting on both items 28 and 89. Motion is to adopt with various conditions. And all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Evers? No. Figueroa Cole? Aye. Aye. Foster?
No.
No. Furman? Aye. Aye. Halverson? Aye. Aye. Harrington McKinney? Aye. Aye. Heck? I. Miadze. I. Paulson. I. Fair. I. Tischler. I. Verveer. I. Vitiver. I. Wahelia is excused. Abbas.
Aye.
I. Benford.
No.
No. Bennett. I. Carter.
Aye.
Aye. Conklin is excused. And Alder Curry? Aye. That is 15 ayes and 3 noes.
With 15 ayes, both items pass. And we will move on then to item 81, which is Legistar 72856, a resolution amending the MPD operating budget to accept a grant from the state of Wisconsin. Let's start then, first, Alder Furman with a motion, please.
Move adoption.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Alder Furman, you asked for separation on this one?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to ask all the same questions I did at Finance Committee. I hope people had an opportunity to hear that discussion. But I do have some clarifying questions that I wanted to get in the record pertaining to the sign-on bonus component of this grant. I've corresponded with Assistant Chief Patterson and wanted to ask a few questions related to the information that he was able to discover from our discussions at Finance and some follow-ups. So I'm hoping Assistant Chief Patterson is with us this evening. Thank you. I appreciate your patience. Long meeting. Wanted to talk a little bit more about comparisons for starting officers here in the city of Madison versus other communities. Can you talk about the differences of training and training costs for officers generally in the state of Madison versus state of Wisconsin versus the city of Madison?
Sure. No, I appreciate the questions, Alder. So hopefully I'm getting to your exact question here, but essentially there's a couple options when an individual wants to become a police officer in the state of Wisconsin. The first would be that they would fund themselves to go through a state run academy through like a technical college, MATC, for example. Or they would be hired by an agency like Madison that hosts its own academy and that would train the officers. So the state requires 720 hours to become certifiable as a law enforcement officer. So if I funded myself to go through a state-run academy, that's what I would be paying for. And on average, that costs around $5,000 out of pocket. That would be tuition. I believe books would be included in that figure. Now, if you come to the Madison Police Department, you go through our academy, and I think it's similar for other agencies like Dane County Sheriff's Office or, even Milwaukee Police Department, perhaps. We take the state curriculum, deliver the 720 hours, but do so in a way that is tailored more so towards our community. And we also infuse additional topics that have either been expressed as important by the community to our recruits or, through our development of curriculum throughout the years. So our state, our local academy is the 720 hours that the state mandates. And in addition, we provide another 320 hours of training. I'm sorry, it appears like I'm glitching a little bit on the screen, so it wasn't the smoothest delivery. My apologies. Hopefully that made sense.
Thank you. Your audio did come through. So training for officers, if they come to the city of Madison, they don't have to pay that $5,000, and then they also get paid. Our starting salary, I believe, is around $56,000 a year.
No, that's correct. That's another huge difference. I appreciate you noting that. So we hire individuals as police officers The minute they start the academy, they start receiving a paycheck as an employed officer. Obviously, they're in the academy through the duration of their training, and that extends through field training as well before they're solo. So you'll often hear me talk about our authorized number versus actual number. And right now we have 46 staff that are in the academy being trained, so they're not available until they go solo next year. Now, if I would put myself through a state-run academy and not be hired by a department that hosts its own, I would not be receiving a paycheck. I would be paying for that training, and then hopefully finding employment once I graduate from the program.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. How would you measure success of the sign-on bonus? You said this is something that I know other communities are doing bonuses. This is something that the state is giving us. One of the things we can use this grant for. How would you measure success if you guys were able to use this bonus?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, there's the concept, and I know the chief's in the audience too, so I defer to him if he wants to chime in as well. But I think the concept of sign-on bonuses is growing. It's relatively new to the law enforcement field. I think if you just do a simple internet search of sign-on bonus law enforcement, you'll see everything from $25,000 in some communities being offered for a recruit, down to $2,000, like what we are suggesting here for an in-state candidate. But success, I think, would be measured on whether or not it has an impact on drawing candidates in. And certainly if it factors into an individual's decision if they're weighing, one or two or maybe several offers from other jurisdictions, in addition to one from Madison. It's become a very competitive field right now. You'll hear a lot of people like myself say that applications are down. We're not seeing the number of candidates coming towards law enforcement careers like they have in the past. And so I think the sign-on bonus has a potential to play a part in an individual's decision on whether or not they choose the Madison Police Department. Now, again, this is a unique time because these funds were offered to every police department in the state. And, as you noted, recruitment incentives was the number one thing listed in the guidance that DOA provided. So we also feel like it's a time where a lot of agencies will likely be offering this since they have the limited capacity to do so, at least through June of next year. And so it certainly could play a role if someone is trying to decide, do I want Department A versus Department B? And if they're not both offering the same incentive, it could be a deterrent.
Do you folks market so I'm gonna do just easy math and pretend that it's $1,000 a week opposed to 56,000 divided by 52. It's late, but do you guys market the fact that officers are getting $1,000 a week for those 18 weeks and they don't have to pay $5,000 for training if they come here when you are recruiting?
Well, absolutely. We explain to them that they're guaranteed a job, that they're not going to have to self-fund, their portion of the training, and that it's really a unique training and that it's tailored to how we hope policing looks in the city of Madison and not just a kind of a boilerplate approach for any police department in the state.
Sure, but that differentiation from other departments you're saying is still not enough, and an additional bonus to try to match is more what people are looking for?
Well, I think this is a unique opportunity to really evaluate the impact of those bonuses, Alder. Like I said, they're relatively new. So, that's something we're also hoping to use this opportunity for, to use non-city funds to see, is this in fact something that will have impact in this limited amount of time, and is it something that we should continue to consider moving forward?
If this was successful, would you folks consider getting rid of the free training and the paid training, more appropriately, the people that are paid for training and get free training?
When I guess, could you clarify that, or you?
Sure. So I mean, one of the things I had heard is, we're competing against other departments that are giving bonuses. Those other departments aren't doing, the free training and then paying people to get trained. So, applicants are saving that $5,000, and then they're also obviously getting paid for their time when they're accepted and go through that training. If the bonus is what makes a difference more than that, would you guys consider getting rid of that phenomenally expensive benefit?
Well, I certainly, I don't want to speak for the chief, but I certainly would not.
I think the chief wants to speak.
No, the answer is no.
Chief, did you want to?
Yes, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last question. So obviously this grant could be used for other things. We see that in the description, the department is using it for other things. You said the sign-on bonus was one option that's certainly being encouraged by the state, but there is an ability to spend this money on other items. Is that correct? I don't know what the exact list is, but that's my understanding. Is that a correct understanding?
No, there are other allowable expenses, and some of those are covered in the resolution you're evaluating tonight.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think Alder Bennett is next. Questions?
Yes. I guess to bounce off of what one of my other alders, well, I'm addressing the mayor, even though the mayor didn't say it, was saying is, I guess it is very odd to me that this is purporting that we are not as competitive than other cities just because we're not offering a $2,000 sign-on bonus, and yet we offer like $56,000 to each recruit. So is that what you're saying, like yes or no? Are you saying that $2,000 is more, I don't know, it's better to recruit people than a all-inclusive paid-for training? Rather than, like, other cities aren't providing that training for free. So how are they getting recruits more than we are when we're giving them training for free and they're getting paid for it?
Sorry, is that a question for me, Alder?
Yeah.
Apologize.
I mean, I don't know. If you can't answer it, it's okay.
Well, I can try to. What I'm suggesting is not that we're not competitive enough. What I'm suggesting is that the field has become extremely competitive to get recruits and to get enough to fill academies. We're not the only department that offers in-house training when they hire new police officers. And so the scenario that we're not interested in exploring is when a recruit applies to multiple police departments, and that does happen, that they're offered a competitive salary, and we are not the highest paid starting salary in the county. That's Sun Prairie by almost $10,000. We don't want to be the lone department that's not offering it during this very unique, limited set of circumstances where every department has the capacity to do it. And, we try to target non-traditional police recruits. And, there are individuals that $2,000 makes a difference because they're coming to the field with, at that time, perhaps, not much saved up, not much liquid assets to their name, and $2,000 could play a role in their decision on which department they ultimately go with.
Do you know how many other police departments give the same offer that we do in the state of Wisconsin, or at least in Dane County, with the paid for training of $56,000, or is it just the city of Madison?
Well, so I cited Sun Prairie, so I'll start with them. They do not have their own academy. The Dane County Sheriff's Office does have their own academy, and they start their recruits at $59,000. So that's the closest comparable. This is the first time that I'm aware of that we've ever even considered a sign-on bonus. And again, It's really solely because this opportunity is being presented by the state. But there are other departments around Wisconsin that have started offering sign-on bonuses. Wauwatosa is one. They offer, I think, close to $7,000, $7,500. Appleton Police Department, bring them up because we competed with them for recruits as recently as the last 6 months. They're now offering $5,000 for a recruit. And then another is West Bend is offering $6,000. So there's departments that are clearly using their local operating funds to even increase above and beyond what the state is allowing us to consider through this funding.
So one thing that I've noticed is that one of the reasons why we have to continuously recruit people is because we're not retaining police officers. So has MPD made significant progress in the past year or so of retaining new recruits? What are our retention levels looking like now?
Fortunately, we're doing better this year than we have been. Resignations are about a third of where they were last year now. So as of the end of June, we had only had 9 resign, and retirements are down as well. So fortunately, the trend is moving in the right direction.
And that's without the $2,000 sign-on bonus.
Those are existing employees. That's correct. Yep. Mm-hmm. So no existing employee would be offered this sign-on bonus. This would only be for new hires.
And I understand that this sign-on bonus thing is right now, but in the future, will you consider making a budget request for these sign-on bonuses to continue?
I'd have
so
to
like these $2,000 sign-on bonuses is just for this year's recruitment class?
That's correct. It's just for this year.
Would you make a budget request in the future?
I haven't considered it, but now that you mention it, I'll have to look into it.
So that's an additional $110,000 a year or?
I hadn't considered it, but again, if that's what you want me to look into, I can.
Sure. Okay. Oh, the same thing with bikes. I noticed that we're spending that it says here that we want to spend $30K on electric bikes. So how often do we buy bikes? Is that a thing? I've never seen a police officer on a bike. But would we be expected to continue renewing that as well?
No, I don't think we will buy bikes every year. I don't think we do buy bikes every year. We maintain the bikes that we have. But we do have bike patrol. We see them out quite often. And the next time they come out, I'll make sure I'll let you know.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I think Alder Carter is next. Questions for staff, Alder Carter?
I do have a question for staff. Chief Patterson, of the areas that have private training, that is not a guarantee necessarily, this is my question, that person would become an officer, would be accepted and become an officer. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. I mean, the student that pays their own way and that goes through the state academy, then they still have to then apply for jobs at police departments. Now there are some examples of departments who, hire a recruit and then they pay for that recruit to then go to the state-run academy. But I don't know how many typically you would see in any given state-run academy. But I think far more are the individuals who pay their own way and then try to find employment.
And the other thing I wanted to, this is not unique to, well, it's unique to us because this is our first time, but bonuses aren't unique. The state is doing bonuses. Private companies are doing bonuses. It's a way to, for one thing, it's a way for some minorities to be able to take a job in Wausau or take a job in Madison when they can't afford to actually move here without the bonus. So it works in several different ways. My question to you, after that comment, sorry about that, I was getting to a question. My question to you is that this bonus is for a finite period of time. Can you tell me that, and you said it was very competitive in Wisconsin, many agencies applied for it. What is the average enrollment in the academy? Number.
In our academy?
Yep.
Well, it's been very high the last few years, as you know. Last year we didn't quite have as much success recruiting, and so our academy number was a little lower. But this year, again, we have 46, and in previous years as high as 50.
Okay.
In the last few years, and next year is trending, still a bit higher due to some of the past few years of attrition.
And would you agree with the fact is, we always like to talk about retention, but the fact of the matter is the silent generation was the last generation that stayed on the job 30, 40, 50 years, whether they liked it or not. Do you believe that the people that are coming in are contemporary enough to know when it's time to go and have no guilt when they do that?
Well, I guess I'm still part of the silent group because I'm this was my first job out of the box. And
well, then I rescind my question. Let's just move on. Sorry about that.
No, that's right. No, but we have seen certainly different trends with some of our younger generation where they have moved on to other opportunities where 20 years ago that was all but unheard of, really.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to first start by thanking, I'm not sure in the big system of the department whose role it is to find and secure grants, but finding grants that do not include a city match fund or impacts on the levy. And wow, I had no idea that all of these amazing benefits were available to come on board to be a member of MPD. So money, I understand, is an incentive, but shouldn't be the only one in doing public service work. And seeing that there's an extra bonus for recruitment from out of state, and I've seen articles about improving their recruitment across gender spectrums, across ethnic and racial backgrounds. And just thinking, for instance, about recruitment, CUNA Mutual recruits a lot of students from HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities. So as a born and bred Black Madisonian, I know culture and climate plays a big role in where you stay and feel comfortable as well. And so I'm wondering if you can share, I'm interested in Alder Furman's question about measuring success, but what efforts internally or once we have out-of-state recruits here, does MPD have in place to deal with possibly a huge culture shock? We know we have strained relations between the community and MPD, and that would be my focus, not necessarily on the funds.
To the last point, yes, I agree there are strained relationships, but I do think things are getting better. I think, as leaders, we have to all come together and kind of mend those fences. It's not just my responsibility or the responsibility of a new recruit to mend those strained relationships. We need people to speak up for us when we do right and speak up for us when we do wrong as well. One of the things that we're working on, to answer your question, is we've created a program called the MORE program. That stands for Multicultural Officer Recruitment Effort. And in that program, I was hoping to be able to demonstrate the sign-in bonuses in that program. I do think that there are a number of multicultural, minority, single mothers who could use those funds. I've been on 3 meetings with 3 historically black colleges and universities, Elizabeth City State, one of my alma maters, North Carolina A&T, the largest, one of my alma maters, and Livingstone College as well. I know the chancellor there. They're waiting to hear back from me on this particular item. I have to create a flyer for them, and then they're putting together a recruitment Zoom, if you will. Another thing that we've done in support of the MORE program is that we have our police foundation and another organization, 100 Black Men, that donated money to send minority candidates to Madison to do our testing and also to tour our city. We had one female candidate, black female candidate from Alabama that was able to take advantage of it because she couldn't afford to come, and we're probably going to hire her. And so we're just looking to diversify our police department. I think this is a good first step. If you want to talk about measuring success, can we increase the number of multicultural candidates with the sign-in bonus? I think that's a pretty good research question. If this is approved through your generosity, we will certainly work to do that. And then I don't have a problem coming back talking about whether that's been done or not. The problem is policing for years have not recruited. We've advertised. And when it comes to multicultural candidates, you cannot advertise. You have to recruit them. You have to actively have those conversations and show some investment in them. And Madison can be a culture shock for folks. And part of that program is pairing them with someone from our Black Officers Coalition or Amigo San Azul and having them spend the weekend with someone when they come up here. 100 Black Men and our police foundation, they're both dedicated to making sure they have somewhere to stay. If they need a plane ticket or a bus ticket, as long as the funds are there, we can provide that as well. And so I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we'll be able to announce that here shortly. And it's only because of the generosity of our community that we're able to do this actively recruiting.
Thank you for your answer. I'm going to try to formulate a question out of this, but after a recent ride-along with an officer that identifies as being from the BIPOC population and talking about internal culture and morale, that's basically the precipice behind my questions of preparing folks for a very emotionally toiling, stressful job already on top of climate and culture within the city. So definitely need to continue working to incentivize not just getting trained and hired, but to stay. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Patterson, so what is the gap that you're trying to hire with this sign-up bonus opportunity, like to meet the approved levels that, whatever the council approved last year for staff levels?
Right. I mean, pending the budget approval in November, I mean, right now we're working towards a class of at least 39 for next year. Is what the goal is.
So you're targeting 39 more officers that were already approved to bring them in?
That's currently the target number, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Patterson, can you tell me if I'll say specifically, percentage of BIPOC officers has decreased, increased, stayed steady over recent years?
I would have to get back to you on that exactly, Alder. I don't know exactly how the percentages have shook out over.
I can't say for sure, but based on, I think, some discussions at Public Safety Review Committee, that in particular, the percentage of Black officers, I don't think has increased, but I'm not entirely sure. But I have a second question if you don't know the answer to that one. How about the number of applicants that the department receives each year? I believe that was trending downwards for a while, or are more applicants coming in now, or about the same, do you think?
Well, it really largely depends on what years you compare, I guess. Back long ago when I applied, there was over 2,000 applications for 24 positions, and now, like last year, it was hovering right around 500 for twice as many positions. So it's certainly down from a couple decades ago, but the initial downward trend that we saw 2020, we did bounce back a little bit in 2021, and obviously the jury's still out here on this year, so I'm not certain as to exactly how 2022.
So it'd be correct to say the pool of applicants is still down substantially from the past, but could be recovering a little bit in this year or last year, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So we do have a motion and a second to adopt. Is there discussion? Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this grant this evening because of the sign-on bonuses. I think they're a mistake. I understand the comparisons to other departments, but not taking into consideration in those comparisons are the fact that we are offering an incredible amount of incentives for officers to join our police department. I'm not hearing how we're going to retain those officers through this bonus, and I'm not going to be surprised if we do this, that the department will come back and ask us for money to continue to do this without having any ability to judge whether or not we would have gotten the same amount of applicants or the same type of applicants, et cetera. I certainly support efforts to expand recruiting and continue to get non-traditional candidates, but I don't think this is the solution. Again, I think we're a good comparison with the benefits we offer versus other departments. I think this is an appropriate thing to be part of our negotiations with the police union. I think there are a lot of things that we need to figure out, including how we treat new officers and how we retain officers, and I'd much rather see the efforts put there than this gimmick. So I think this is a Band-Aid. I think it's a bad idea, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be supporting this, and for these reasons. The hiring pool can increase the potential. And I say that because offering signing bonuses is not just followed by the police. Competitively, nonprofits are doing the same thing in order to increase the competitive pool of applicants. And so the police department is effectively changing the, I would say, the relationship, the community engagement relationship between an officer and the community that they're served. I think that we are seeing that slightly, but there's going to be a slow ship. It's like turning a cruise ship. It doesn't happen all at once. And what sticks in my mind is that it is a collaboration, police and community. And so in doing that, if we're able to have a more diverse police department, and when I heard the chief said is that when you want to increase diversity, you really do have to recruit. You have to go into the places where the potential is. And if the signing bonus will help us to diversify and bring qualified individuals to Madison, then that's absolutely what we should be doing. But the other thing that I heard is accountability in terms of which recruits came for the signing bonus, and then also the documentation and of the success of the program. And so I'm hoping that that's a part of the recruitment as well, so that we can determine, whether this was a success or not. And so I will be supporting it because it seems to be the trend to bring in a good, solid hiring pool.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Yes. I don't think this is a mistake. I think it's a waste of money. I think it's a waste of money that won't have any significant long-term impact, aside from increasing our council budget on spending on policing. And yes, I know I have a record on these sorts of issues, but I can think of a ton of other ways that we can achieve the Madison Police Department's call to recruit more and than just spending this on sign-on bonuses. Like, if we wanted to recruit diverse candidates, send recruiting officers to different universities, academies, whatever, to meet these people instead of offering a sign-on bonus. If we want to recruit them, then why don't we spend money on like active recruiting officers instead of $2,000 on sign-on bonuses? I mean, there's just so many other alternatives than this sign-on bonus, which doesn't make sense. And yes, I am going through the current hiring process, and it seems common sense to me if I were offered $56,000 a year to train at the Madison Police Department versus $5,000 sign-on bonus to go to, I don't know, Door County's police department. It's a pretty easy answer to me to go to the Madison Police Department and get my $56K plus benefits. So the math isn't mathing, and it just seems like a waste of money. And I agree, and I know our chief said that he has not considered putting this on the council budget, but I have no doubt that this will end up on the council budget in future terms if we were to add this money now, because these sorts of grants are strategically designed by the Fed people and by the state to get cities to spend more on police. So I don't consider this a one-time signing bonus, one-time $2,000 of recruitment. It's a long-term thing that I think we should consider. And there's just, it's $110,000. Gosh darn it, I can think of dozens of ways that we could spend this money other than a $2,000 signing bonus. Oh, and that also reminds me, it's kind of funny where we're saying our recruitment is low and yet it's saying we're high. Like our past training academy cadets, we had 46 and 50, which Officer Patterson just said our recruitment levels are higher with our cadet levels, and yet we're not having as much applicants. And I do want to also note that the pool of applicants to MPD is not just a strictly MPD issue. It's an issue across all employment sectors where people just aren't applying right now. And I don't think that's an issue that's going to be resolved with a $2,000 signing bonus. It's just an issue that we're dealing with nationwide. So I think it's just a waste of money. It's kind of common sense, in my opinion. So it's going to be a solid no for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a question. If we turn this, if we don't authorize the acceptance of this grant tonight, what happens to this grant?
It's an excellent question, Alder, and I'm not sure if the chief or the assistant chief know, but this is a formula grant that came from the state as a one-time grant, in my understanding, and if we don't authorize it, I think it just goes back to the state. I don't know if chief or...
That is correct.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's very interesting to me how we can look at the city and our budget crisis and also be very comfortable with turning down this grant. I guess I'm a bit confused because I hear it's a one-time grant. It is a recruiting bonus. And this is money that we're saying that we're not going to accept. We still have even if the police department came back in another budget cycle to say, you know, we've got these X amount of officers and now we need to increase the budget, they still have to go through the budget cycle. We are faced right now with a grant that we just need to say yes to. And we are now debating whether we should say yes to these funds. I am very, 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 very confused. I will still be supporting this grant.
Thank you, Alder. I apologize, we have a couple more Alders in the queue, but I'm not sure I fully answered Alder Paulson's question, and so again, I'll turn to the chiefs, but we've been specifically talking about the question of bonuses and I guess a small amount about the question of purchases of bikes, but there's actually a number of items in this grant, and Chief, I just want to confirm, my assumption is that if we're not just talking about turning it back the bonus portion, but in fact, we're turning back the entire grant, which would mean a number of things. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Alder Curry is next.
Thank you, Chair. It's late and I wasn't going to share this story, but I am actually going to support this grant. So when I first started my career as a social worker, I was in Child Protective Services, and part of that mandate required certain cases to collaborate with law enforcement. And I am as a 20-something social worker walking up to folks' houses to investigate abuse and neglect with a pen and a pad, and that was it. And have been in some pretty precarious situations. Won't say that having a police officer there helped that all the time, but it caused me as a social worker to think about sustainability, providing for my 2 young kids, and this may come as a surprise to many of my colleagues, but I was once an applicant to the academy at MPD. So in conversations with Chief Barnes, knowing, for instance, I just learned that there are only 3 Black female identifying officers within MPD is gross to me, considering I was at that point myself. And we can judge, why people go into law enforcement and why they don't, but I like to tend to think on the side of optimism and think that there are folks that are going into it because they want to help the community and they want to show that they are part of the community and making amends, hopefully, with some of the ugly past and current histories within law enforcement. Another note that I would like to add, and I'll continue hopefully working with Assistant Chief Patterson and Chief Barnes, is also looking at bonuses, looking at hiring practices. I still don't know why. I didn't make it through the process, but it was part of the criminal background. I'm thinking it was an association, and so there's more dynamics to providing financial incentives, but also looking at hiring practices and how those disparage or discriminate specifically folks coming from the Black community, BIPOC community. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have learned a lot about MPD's budget since I started as an alder. Patterson has been has been there with me every step of the way. So what I have heard so far is from Patterson and Chief Barnes is that we do have a very competitive process. But yet, regardless of how competitive we are, we still struggle to hire people. And we have a vacancy of 39 approved positions that we need to fulfill. The bonus itself comes with a 3-year commitment imposed by the state and a number of restrictions. The money doesn't tell us that we can use it however we want, so it's not like we can just find ways to use it. It's specific like any other bonus money. It's just any other funding. It tells us specifically what to use, and this is just one component of that. I will definitely be supporting using money that doesn't come from the general fund to support MPD's budget. So I encourage you guys to do the same. One thing though that I'm sorry, Dave, but I have to say it because it keeps on coming up about how much money does the police academy cost? How much money are we paying our new officers? That is a question that has been a constant for me since I started doing this work. And that is, once again, an almost impossible impossible question to answer because of the way that our budget system works today. So I know that finance is working very hard to ensure that we have budget lines in the future that will actually tell us how much we're spending on these resources, and it will be great to have that clarity for not just for us, but for the public, also for people to understand where the money goes. So, but I will continue that fight in a different environment. For tonight, I definitely going to support this, and I hope that you guys do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Quickly, I voted for this at Finance. I'll be voting for this here in a minute, and to support the chief in particular in getting and reaching a more multicultural police force, which I think is very, very important.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair.
I just have a real couple things. I think the first thing to say is just, the baby in the bathwater, Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater here. There are a lot of other things in this resolution, in this grant, that will be coming. Yes, it's true that it tends, while these are one-time grant funds, I think we can all say, and we all know, that these things in whatever agency come back to us in budgets, oftentimes because they're filling gaps or filling holes. But we still have, of course, the opportunity to question those, to turn those down, to say no. So it's not inevitable that these get added into the base budget. Possible, but not inevitable. So I would support us to, if we have an issue with one specific thing that we're not sure could work, which, by the way, we're not sure. No one knows. No one knows. Chief doesn't know. The assistant chief doesn't know. We don't know. And then the other thing I just wanted to say is, just because I heard Alder Curry say it, I just want to say that I think the majority, and it's probably the vast majority of police officers come to our department wanting, and I'm sure she meant this as well, wanting to do well for our community and do well and serve others and live up to the values that we all share.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this. There's a variety of things involved with this grant. And I love the baby in the bathwater. Don't understand it, but it's a good saying. I think that one of the things that we really need to look at is the whole vision, the whole concept on hiring, retaining, and how we do it and how we can change it to make it better. However, we have to be competitive. And I know so many different entities that are doing sign-in bonuses. And when you go out there and you're looking for a job, and one's given a sign-on bonus, excuse me, and then other one's not, and everything else is equal, every time you're going to go with the sign-on bonus. So I will be supporting this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett for the second time.
Yes, question. So when does this we need to have this in our budget? Like, is today the last day, or if this were referred out to the future, could we still be able to attain these funds?
Alder, I'm not sure what the time frame is on the grant. If one of the chiefs knows if we have a deadline to accept the funding from the state. Chief Patterson?
All the money has to be expended by June 30th of next year. And if we were to get approved to use any of this for sign-on bonuses, really, we would need it done to make an impact. We would need it done tonight. And that's mainly because of the timeline of our hiring process. We're currently actively hiring or actively conducting interviews, and the application process closes just before winter of this year.
Does that answer your question, Alder?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to. I understand what you're saying, that the applications come out later in the winter. However, it seems like some qualms with this is the $2,000 sign-on bonus. So I think I would like to make an amendment motion to refer this to the September 20th meeting and ask with the direction to MPD to provide alternative uses for the $110,000 outside of the $2,000 sign-on bonuses. Can I make that motion?
You absolutely can make that motion. The motion is in order. So the motion is to refer to the September 20th council meeting. Is there a second? Alder Furman will second. All right, so the motion before us is referral to the September 20th common council meeting.
With the direction, can I provide direction on that?
Yes.
Yeah, with the direction to provide alternative uses for the $110,000 currently allocated for the sign-on bonuses.
So that's the motion before us. Alder Furman, did you wish to speak on the substitute motion?
Sure, I can make my point quickly using this opportunity. I did ask the department for alternatives several times before today's meeting for the sign-in bonus, and they declined. They were not interested in providing us with different options this evening. If this passes, perhaps they will, but I certainly did want to see other options in front of us this evening and did consider that before this evening, and was very disappointed that they were not interested in offering anything different. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Furman. So then, again, what's before us is a motion to refer. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the motion is referral to
I guess I
Alder
could
Bennett
speak
for
to
the
that.
second time.
Yeah, I guess I could speak to it. Just like, I think it would be beneficial to us to see alternative uses for these funds because sure, the pig water stuff, but also, maybe there are better alternatives than using it for sign-on bonuses to recruit diverse talent like JL or anyone else. That does not include a $2,000 sign-on bonus. So I would love to see those options from the police department. maybe we can come out with something better. So I encourage you to support this.
Thank you, Alder, and I'll ask us all again to refer to our colleagues by their titles, please. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Just wondering, Alder Foster has his hand up for a while. I don't know if that's a glitch or.
It's a glitch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze on the motion to refer?
I won't be supporting it. For the simple fact of the matter is, you look at more simpler issues, like even with transportation. I mean, everybody has a sign-in bonus. For MPD to actually focus on hiring of more African American and multicultural officers, it's not unheard of actually asking for a bonus in order to ensure that that this is done right and it's done equitable. So I don't know. I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a kind of more detailed question or a version of my question from before, and just making sure that the way the grant was structured, did we write in our uses as part of that grant, or I'm just nervous about if we have to write in the purpose of the grant before we submit it to the state DOA, and when that timing is. So I'm just want to make sure that either A, we have time to do this, or B, we can even do this if we didn't already tell the state, here's what we're going to spend it on, when we went to DOA to ask for our slice of the grant from the state. Or if this is already fixed and it's just a question of if this was really just a formality, or if the chief has discretion, or if PSRC has discretion to direct this, or the council has discretion on to direct how this funding is being spent.
Thank you, Alder. That's a lot. Let me try, and I'll ask Chief Patterson to weigh in, or the chief as well. My understanding is that the guidelines from the state included 11 different areas that were eligible for funding, sign-on bonuses being one of them. There's a number of other items that are in the resolution. All of those are approved uses under the state's guidelines. My understanding is that it's structured on a reimbursement basis, so that we need to expend funds and then ask to be reimbursed by the state, and that has to happen by mid next year. We have to use the funds by mid next year. So we're both restricted in the uses that the state has defined and the time period that the state has defined. I believe, and this is where I get a little fuzzy, Chief Patterson, so jump in. I believe we do have to tell the state in advance how we intend to use the funds, and that would be the purpose of the resolution that's before us tonight, is to communicate that to the state, that we are accepting the funds and this is how we intend to use them, and then we would expend them and be reimbursed for them. Chief Patterson, did I miss anything there?
No, you're exactly right, Mayor. We actually have shared this draft language with our contact at DOA, and these are all within the approved categories. But you nailed it. Thank you.
Alder Paulson, does that answer your question?
It does, but then my follow-up question is, when is the deadline to DOA to give them the structure of what we intend to ask for reimbursement for?
Chief Patterson?
That's a great question, Alder Paulson. I don't know that I explored that one really, but they announced this back in May, and we didn't get the directions for several weeks after that. So part of the timing is with them, but I wouldn't want to delay it too much longer, to be quite honest. A lot of these things will take time to procure. If we are to give consideration to sign-on bonuses, and we wait until September 20th, again, that's a month of recruiting time that we won't have back. So just stressing the hiring timeline that we're on is very tight already.
Chief wanted to add something there. Oh, sorry, Chief.
I'll just echo that. Again, we are certainly in the crunch time of actively recruiting. And again, I have 2 or 3 colleges that are waiting to hear back from me to get me and my team in front of students, because the bonuses was part of the package, along with the additional monies that we raised to bring kids from the east, west, south, or whatever to Madison. And so they've kind of been waiting for a while to hear back from me in order to arrange that. So I know we are sending a recruiting team to an HBCU. We are doing that. But there are some that are waiting to hear back from us. So I do not want to belabor it if I can't.
Okay, thank you. Can I speak to the motion then, or do I need to go
You
back
may.
in the queue? I'm not going to support referral. I am okay moving forward with this. I think in today's economy, the Great Resignation, I think sign-on bonuses are perfectly acceptable. I'm willing to defer to the chief on this for recruitment strategy. I am nervous about how we're going to pay for police going forward. I think this is going to be the grand challenge of our budget, is paying for our staff, police included, and it's going to be a nightmare with our levy limits. But for the sign-on bonus, I'm willing to explore it now, and we'll have to cross the bridge of how we pay for things in the future if this becomes on. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing this be a little more randomized control trial to really estimate the effectiveness of this, but I don't know that we have time to really design that program, so I'm okay with this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, I think this is the 3rd time on this motion.
Yes. All I had to say is, yes, sign-on bonuses are quite normal in today's hiring processes. But what's not normal in police departments in their training and recruitment is offering $56,000 for training them. And if they can't recruit a class with that offer, then it sounds like a problem with the police department and not a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question and then I have a comment. My question is that the chair reminds us that we should speak on one item twice, and you gently remind us of that. And so thank you, I appreciate that. The other thing is I will not be supporting the alternate because if I was in a college in Mississippi and the chief came to talk to us about coming to Madison and just signing an application to do it or whatever that process without some incentive, it would be hilarious for me. And so if we're looking at diversifying our police department and we are not willing to go into those communities where there is that diversity and say, come to Madison, these are the incentives that we bring. And when you get to Madison, you're going to face everything that's in Madison. But I'm really hoping that, as my colleague said, is that there are individuals who want to go into this field to make a significant difference. And so I will not be supporting the alternate. I think that we have an opportunity to accept these funds. There's a lot of good that's involved in this fund that we can use, and it doesn't come from our budget, which I hear all the time. There is no wiggle room in our budget, and so I will not be supporting this as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the motion before us is referral to the September 20th council meeting. I'm just going to go ahead and ask for a roll call. With the request to come back with a alternative for, instead of the sign-on bonuses. So all those in favor of the motion, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Evers? No. No. Figueroa Cole? No. No. Foster?
Aye.
Aye. Furman? Aye. Aye. Halverson? No. No. Harrington McKinney? No. No. Heck? No. Miadze? Sorry, can you repeat that? No. Okay. Paulson? No. No. Fair? No. No. Tischler? No. No. Verveer? No. No. Vitiver? No. No. Wahelier is excused. Abbas is excused. Benford? No. No. Bennett? Yes. Aye. Carter?
No.
No. Conklin is excused. Curry? No. No. So that's 3 ayes and 14 noes.
With 3 ayes, the motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Yeah, Alder Fair?
This is a 15-vote item, correct?
That's correct. So I was just about to get there, Alder Fair. Seeing as we have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak, the motion is to adopt. It is a 15-vote item. Anticipating a request for a roll call, we will do that. So all those in favor of adoption, sorry, Alder Carter?
Nope, you already said roll call.
I did. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Evers? Aye. Aye. Figueroa Cole? Aye. Aye. Foster?
No.
No. Furman? No. No. Halverson? Aye. Harrington McKinney? Aye. Aye. Heck? Aye. Miadze? Aye. Paulson? Aye. Aye. Fair? Aye. Aye. Tischler? Aye. Aye. Verveer? Aye. Aye. Vitiver? Aye. Aye. Wahelia is excused. Abbas is excused. Benford? Aye. Aye. Bennett? No. No. Carter?
Aye.
Aye. Conklin is excused. And Alder Curry? Aye. So 14 ayes, 3 noes.
With 14.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. This is Alder Abbas. Please add me as aye.
Alder Abbas is here and votes aye. Thank you, Alder Abbas. With 15 ayes, clerk can confirm?
That's correct.
With 15 ayes, the motion passes. And that will take us to item 92. Item 92 is Legistar 72773, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Lincoln Avenue Capital located at 4649 Verona Road. President Furman.
Move adoption of substitute.
Moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Are there questions for staff on item 92? Seeing none, is there discussion on item 92? Seeing Alder Evers.
I will not be supporting this. I have a lot of friends over the years who have been involved with the roller derby, and I don't support removing that option in our community. I must admit that I think it's having a roller rink in our city is important.
Before we go any farther, I'm going to ask Director Stouter to speak to the approval conditions for certified survey maps. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to let you do that.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. So before the council is just the certified survey map for this site. The Plan Commission did approve the demolition and the conditional use for the new affordable housing 4-story building on the site. The certified survey map comes with several conditions in this case, including the extension of Atticus Way as a street to serve the new building that's been approved. This is typically a very straightforward approval that's basically a condition of the approval of the redevelopment that the Plan Commission already approved. But I suppose that the council and individual members could consider voting no on this, but it's again a very straightforward mechanism by which the property owner will reflect conditions of approval on this property, including the extension of Atticus Way as consistent with adopted plans through the site.
Thank you, Director Stouter. And then President Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to apologize. I made the wrong motion. The motion I intended to make was move adoption under suspension of MGO 2.055 and not a substitute. That's for the next item. So my apologies.
So that is the correct motion, and that motion is seconded, so that is what's before us. Now, I think we're back to discussion, but Alder Bennett, you'll tell us.
I was wondering, so I think Wendy didn't finish her thoughts or their thoughts. And no, was it
We're
too late for that?
so far past that, Alder.
I know. Well, can't hurt to try. So we're in discussion now.
Yes.
I think their ask was to have additional time to just come up with an alternative, but I don't know what they were really gonna say. So I don't know. This is really tough, and I think that the city should do something to help them out. But that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. So this project contains 14 units of 30% CMI, 28 units of 50% CMI, 17 units at 60%, and 11 units at market rate. This also has a collaboration with the Latino Academy in place. Fast Forward is in my own neighborhood, which is an area that lacks resources for the youth. At a personal level, the loss of Fast Forward caused me great discomfort. We need safe entertainment places for kids and families in our area. As the elder, I have to set my personal feelings aside and recognize that this is a private sale. The city is not contributing for housing affordability. This is WIDA funding, and this type of housing is needed. We need it. We have been talking about what is true affordability all night. I thank the Roller Derby representatives for being here and for their advocacy to their sport and their services. And I fully support their statements on regards to facilitating access and resources to keep the Derby within the city of Madison. The developer plans to start construction in spring 2023. That is at least 6 months from now. A couple of elders, now 3 elders, have shown interest in this topic. Perhaps we'll see a proposal on the table in the near future. I agree, we should definitely work on something on that regard. So I please ask my colleagues to prioritize the housing on this particular topic, and to really try to figure out ways to keep the sport alive in the city. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So the motion is to adopt under suspension. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote is recorded. And that will take us to item 103, which is Legistar 72997, a substitute establishing a task force on farmland preservation. President Furman?
Move adoption of substitute.
Moved and seconded to adopt the substitute. Are there questions for staff? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 103. Before I turn to Alder Evers, I do want to acknowledge an oversight on my part. We had a confirmation hearing on our agenda today. Our library director, Greg Mickles, I usually catch those and have them moved to the confirmation hearing section of the agenda. I failed to do that. Director Mickles was with us earlier. He left after the consent agenda when his contract was confirmed. But we usually take a moment to celebrate our management team when we give them another 5 years or when they sign up for another 5 years. So I wanted to recognize Director Mickles and thank him for being here and thank him for being interested in upping for another 5 years and to thank him for his service. I hope he's not listening, but we can tell him that he got a round of applause. And with that, Alder Evers, it's your turn.
Move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned.